It's Stellaris tonight, as is usually traditional on Mondays. Although last week, if you're wondering where Stellaris was, it was I bumped it in favor of Age of Wonders Planetfall Invasions. The game is still loading, so sorry you don't see that quite yet. It should be coming up. At least you should hear the music. And there is one thing I want to deal with, which is to find out whether or not I have quality options yet. So, to those of you who may be watching this on YouTube, to those of you who... I'm really uncomfortable hearing my voice. All right, good. Those are there. But yes, to those of you who are watching on YouTube, I've been trying something a little bit new. So I know there's some lead-in whenever I play games on YouTube. This usually means that people need to skip over the first 10 minutes or so. But if Stellaris is a game that you would like to see done more as individual VODs, please leave a comment saying as much. I know it is rare for people to comment. Usually you have to make someone really mad or really happy to do so. But I'm trying to get a gauge of things. There's one game where I sort of know there's a bottomless appetite for videos. But I'm going to be coming into some, not exactly free time, but there's going to be some time that was used for another thing that is now, that project's come to an end. So I'd like to see if I can put a little bit more towards tending to YouTube, because I think there has been a very dedicated and very supportive group of people, and I'm not always sure that they get the best end of the deal. It is easy for me to make live content. There are some things I'm not crazy about on Twitch, but it is sort of the thing that people are most familiar with. My sort of social networks are attached to Twitch. And so as a result, there's sort of an alignment with with Twitch-centric, live stream-centric material. But I'll be honest with you, like I do pay attention to the stuff that makes for successful Twitch videos, and generally things like 15 minutes long, something maybe a little bit more descriptive in the title, playlists, right? So instead of having a 4 to 7 hour play, actually, so this isn't entirely true. There are actually some people who really like seeing the fully strung together 7-hour versions of certain videos. But I need to get some, maybe a little more of a closer reading on that sort of thing. But then again, like 7-hour streams are kind of rare on my my channel anyway. Maybe a few more now that I'm working from home, but I still have to be up in the morning, so those aren't as good. Anyways, I'm beginning to free associate. I am very reluctant to announce stuff before it's ready. I, in fact, made that mistake with Cultist Simulator. So the stuff I was talking about before, the blog was released, but the videos ultimately were sort of overridden by the Exile being released. And I sort of had something almost ready to go, but then I sort of found out there was a very heavy overlap between what I was trying to do with that series and what the Exile ultimately did. So, but we are here for Stellaris. Again, Monday is technically a paradox day, but the fact of the matter is that Stellaris is an incredibly enjoyable game. I do feel a little bad that I have not been back to Crusader Kings 2 for a while. But of course, Crusader Kings 2 has gone free to play, and the sequel is coming out this year, so it's not going to be getting any new content updates, which is one of the main reasons why I would stream something. Usually there's a special event which sort of provokes a new series. We're actually still doing our launch from Federations on this stream here. I actually want to take a quick minute I gotta go into another window. Oh, there was one other thing I wanted to say by way of an introduction. I messed up a little bit on my scheduling. So the local game dev collective is obviously not going to be meeting in person. They apparently had a very good unbroken track record of meetups. But unfortunately, a pandemic tends to, in my opinion at least, is sort of supersedes any track record. But the reason I mention that is there's now a Toronto version of this group. I think a number of sort of founding or influential or basically a bunch of people had gone to another city, sort of founded sort of a cadet chapter or a sister chapter, however you want to think of it, which is good in my view. But they meet on the second Wednesday of every month, whereas the one that I do, the one I go to, meets on the third Wednesday of every month. Now, this is important because I'm going to be presenting at this meetup. And so with that in mind, I will not be broadcasting this Wednesday, as it is the second Wednesday of the month. But it does mean that I'll be back on the third Wednesday. So for those of you who kind of watch me for the Cultist Simulator stuff, that is unfortunately gone this week. But it will be back the week following, and I think until we start hearing lots of stories about this is very unexpected and probably not true. But yeah, until we start hearing about things sort of reopening and people feeling comfortable to get back together again, I think it's going to be more likely that I'll be missing the second Wednesday of every month moving forward. Hello, Uncle Cranky. No Thursday. Well, it's funny you mentioned that. So one of the things, it's maybe not bad, because I'm going to need to do a review of the strategic position anyway. It's maybe worth mentioning that my plans or my the reason why I've been asking about things that people might be interested in on YouTube is that I've been working on a project every Tuesday and Thursday. You've seen this, Uncle Cranky, and that project's done now. And so I'm sort of at the point where I would like to try and make the most with that time. And I used to do these. Surviving Mars streams I'd really like to go back to, or recordings rather. But if there isn't really a demand for other videos other than Cultist Simulator stuff, then there is just as good of an argument for me trying to how do I put this? There's just as good of an argument for me pursuing, say, another streaming day so I could do something like Outer Wilds. I will take a minute off the top. I always feel a little bad doing this at the start for Uncle Cranky, but it also occurred to me, some people say that they get their information from the stream, but they don't necessarily, or the VOD, they don't necessarily watch to the end. So they're like, yeah, you say you're going to be shouting these people out, but I haven't, I've never heard you shout out the people, so that's kind of the tell that they didn't see the whole VOD, which is fine, because who the hell has 3 or 4 hours to watch Stellaris? But I wanted to take a minute here and shout out Uncle Cranky. I had spoken very, very highly of Frostpunk to him, and one of the problems with Frostpunk, so I'll give a little bit of commentary on Uncle Cranky, because he's a very supportive guy on Twitch. He's a moderator for Outworld, who is that's where I found him. But Uncle Cranky definitely likes to sort of play the dumb guy. He really isn't if you have any kind of conversation with him. And I got actually quite a bit out of watching him play Frostpunk. Now, unfortunately, it wasn't necessarily the most productive encounter with Frostpunk. But what was really interesting was to sort of see, I was a big booster for that game, and I still really like it, but I think one of the things that is a hard condition on my love of that game is that when I first played it, I bounced off of it. I didn't really play it that much. I lost a couple of times, and I was, done and sort of uninstalled and never really thought of it again. I don't even remember what Oh, is it? Thank you, Uncle Cranky. I thought you were making... I should have known better. There are a lot of people who come in and make that same stupid joke every single time. But then that's actually one of the reasons why I call it a stupid joke, is because it actually blunts the time when I'm actually tagged up the wrong way. But thank you for that. I'm sure I just disappointed like a bunch of people. The frames will drop for a little bit. Anyways, I did want to sing his praises about trying Frostpunk. The thing that's interesting to me about Frostpunk is that it's the harshness of that game was actually enough for me to stop playing it, and it actually took me returning to the game to sort of realize how special and interesting it was for me. And I sort of feel like, to a certain extent, almost I think Cranky might have been a little unfair to himself in terms of his capability of playing games. But it was really interesting for me as someone who likes thinking about games and how they present themselves to people. It was really interesting to actually see that Cranky's experience with Frostpunk was very much the same that I had. And I tend to notice that there's the reputation I get, for being, good at strategy or whatever. But that doesn't necessarily, that doesn't just come out of nowhere. There is, there's lots of missteps. There's lots of times when I'll fall flat on my face and, and it's generally rather miserable and I try to figure it out. I do sometimes try and do this on stream to try and learn the game as I go. It's one of the reasons why I don't like backseating. But it was kind of interesting to see Uncle Cranky play that game and to actually find his reaction. The one thing I'll actually say for him is he got past certain problems that it took me multiple playthroughs to find. So again, this is where I always like to highlight the fact that he's really good at playing someone who is bad at or not very clever, but is in fact quite capable and good at these sorts of things. But on top of that, I think one of the things I realized was even when he was playing something that was clearly giving him a hard time, he did a good job of putting on a good show. So, am I able to give you a quick rundown on this game, Glagger? Yes, I will. So this is Stellaris. I'm not sure if you're familiar at all, but basically, this is a space grand strategy game. Or you could also probably describe it as a 4X style game. So I don't know if I should do a small treatise on genres or anything like that, but let's try and unpack what those mean. Generally, if you're talking about a 4X game, you're going to think of something like Civilization or Endless Legend or Endless Space. Master of Orion, I think, is another example of these types of games, although I've not actually played it. And these are ones where you sort of explore the map and you build up an army and you build up your industry and you research technology. Generally, those games tend to be turn-based. And the X's sort of stand for explore, exterminate, expand, and I can never remember the fourth one. Explore, expand, exploit, exterminate. Thank you, Uncle Cranky. So, Grand Strategy is sort of a genre which is not exclusive to Paradox Development Studio, who made this, but they definitely have done a very good job of sort of carving out their niche through that. And Grand Strategy games tend to be, in this case, these are possible real-time games. And what they tend to be are these games where you will take the role of sort of a head of state, and you are going to use all of the... just like the term sort of grand strategy is used in day-to-day life, you use sort of all of the tools of the state to achieve your ends. These do tend to be more military-focused games, but certainly they are not limited to that dimension. So examples of grand strategy games would be Europa Universalis 4, or Crusader Kings 2, or Hearts of Iron 4, those sorts of things. Stellaris is a bit of a departure from that style of gameplay, because of course when you play a historical game, In Civilization, you do have sort of equality between all of the different civilizations, whereas in the grand strategy games, you tend to see quite a bit of asymmetry. So if you start off as a city-state of Ulm, you are not going to have as good of a time, in Europa Universalis 4 as if you're playing France or the Ottoman Empire or something like that. Likewise, if you play one of the Axis powers, or if you play, one of the major ally powers, you're going to have a lot more to do, and you're going to have a lot more influence in a game of Hearts of Iron 4 than if you play Cuba, let's say. So, the big thing that I think, this is the thing that got me very interested in these games, is that they look complicated as hell, and they are. But what's so unique about Stellaris is that because it's entirely about setting foot in space, you kind of begin with this little science ship and you start exploring the galaxy, and then you start running into other things. It is actually one of these games that does have a little bit more of a balanced start. You do run into sort of these fallen empires. So in this case, we've got the Metron Conserviers there, along with others. And then there are sort of some advanced starts. So these were the Cooperative of Menjusana, the Neborite Republican territories, and so on, and Rexar entity. Again, these names are not going to mean anything to you, but just some examples. But by and large, people sort of start with roughly the same conditions, and they will be building out their empires from there. But in this case, it is a game where it's taking some of these ideas from grand strategy in other fields, and it's applying them to space. So essentially what you do is you start as a single planet. You have developed faster than light travel technology. Your initial goals are just to explore the immediate area around you and see what space has. That's a really exciting moment where you sort of start looking out and seeing what stories are about to be told. And then from there, you start encountering other species. We're playing the Federation's DLC. In fact, Paradox has very kindly given press keys for the game and all of the DLC that I'm playing, except for Plantoids and Humanoids, which I bought on my own account. With Federations, they've added some new diplomatic options, but essentially this game, in terms of win conditions, it's kind of like many other strategy games. You got to be the biggest, you got to conquer everyone. As Uncle Cranky's pointing out, you have to burn Carthage. In this case, there's a score-based one. If you're looking for like a proper victory condition in the year 2500, so I think 300 years after the first game, or the start of the game, you have to be at the top of that list. Generally, before that happens, there is a big endgame event which will require the galaxy to either unite or to pick sides against the major event. But I suppose the simplest answer I can give you about what this game is, as far as what you play the head of a sort of a space empire, and you're responsible for your species' survival and thriving in the future. And then maybe at a more basic level, in terms of what I find most interesting about this game, is that it's actually a really wonderful sort of canvas on which you can tell your own science fiction stories. And I'll tell you the story about the species that I'm playing right now. You say, every year is a turn. How close to the end are you at this point? So we're currently in the year 2395, so we really only have 100 years before the final scoring happens. It is a turn-based... it's not a turn-based system. It's a real-time game. I'm currently paused. But it would be fair to say that all of the resource counters and whatnot tick over at the 1 month mark. So that's I would say probably it's better to think of the game in terms of month. In terms of the actual ticks, it goes day by day, but in practical terms, you're going to see some of the major events happen over months. There's also sort of speed up and slow down options and whatnot. But yeah, so we're reasonably close to the end, and it's actually, you picked a good time to stop by, because what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be going through, it's been a couple of weeks since I played this game, so I'm going to be taking a minute to review my position. I'm going to be cleaning up some of the mess in my empire, and then I'm going to try and figure out where we are as far as I need to figure out where we are in terms of what our long-term goals are. We just finished a war with the Cooperative of Menjusana, and I do want to try and sort of scoop up a few more territories from them and see if I can do something like vassalize the Neborite Republican territories. But again, first things first. Are these Earth years? It's a little ambiguous. The year 20, it doesn't have any like common era or anything on that. But yeah, I would say it's probably safe to say that this is Earth years. And yes, I'm Jomar Limited. So the size of the empire is only one factor, but I am sort of at the top. So let's actually explain why we're Jomar Limited. So I mentioned that this game has sort of this really wonderful sort of canvas on which you can tell your science fiction stories. We're actually now the post-meta Jomar, but we'll explain what's going on there. So in this game, they've had some expansions like Synthetic Dawn, which added robot species, so you could play Skynet or you could play the robots from WALL-E. Utopia added hive minds, and in the case of this DLC, they didn't necessarily add an Empire type. The Empire type we're playing, the Megacorp, actually was the name of the DLC, Megacorps. So we're playing a corporate entity, and then in the game, your species will be defined through its governing ethics. We are xenophilic, fanatic xenophiles, in fact. If there was ever such a thing as an absolute moral imperative, it would be to explore the cosmos and embrace all within it. We were never meant to journey alone. And then we are materialists. So as we reach for the stars, we must put away childish things, gods, spirits, other phantasms of the brain. Reality is cruel and unforgiving, yet we must steel ourselves and secure the survival of our race through the unflinching pursuit of science and technology. And then, in addition to the governing ethics, so this would be sort of this would be what the ideas that our society has centered ourselves around. We also have civics. Now, we started with 2. I've earned a 3rd one through gameplay, but we had private prospectors. So building better worlds is hazardous work, but this mega corporation relies on private prospectors to chart and establish footholds on promising planets, and public relations specialists. If you can control what someone thinks, then you can also control their behavior. This mega corporation has a virtual army of specialists to engage in battles of public opinion. Finally, this is discussing the society and the government, but your species can have individual traits as well. So the Jomar have an ocean preference, and they are docile. Members of the species are easy to manage and organize. They tend to be cooperative and amicable. So you may ask the question, well, why is it that we've chosen these particular traits? And one of the big ones is that the Federation's you like to explore and build forward. Yes, exactly. I think it's actually a very uninteresting debate in strategy games, but I know it's a very popular one about the idea of building wide versus tall. I think every time I've played this game, I've just sort of blobbed out my empire each time. It is possible to play sort of empires of more limited size. In fact, there are penalties in the game if you grow too big. But yeah, it's fair to say that in this game you want to achieve growth, although exactly what you grow is sort of up to you. Growth in the ability to project power can be just as helpful as having a large number of planets. But the reasons why I picked the traits that I did was the new Federations DLC, the one that I was given the press key for that prompted this playthrough, is you get new origins. So originally it would sort of give you this boilerplate introduction based on the civics that you had. What the game does now is it actually lets you pick specific origin stories. And in this one, as soon as I saw it, I knew I had to play this one, which was Doomsday. The civilization's homeworld is highly unstable, and it is only a matter of time before it explodes. Their only hope is to seek refuge elsewhere before it is too late. So it gives you a big warning in red letters, challenging origin. The basic idea behind this one is that your homeworld explodes within 35 to 45 years, and it does not give you any indication about where any potential colonizable planets are. So what I decided was okay, so I've got a mega corporation. They have maybe been a little too short-term focused. They haven't deliberately done anything evil or bad. They're really more careless, if anything. But the fact of the matter is that the homeworld is dying, and they don't have a really good plan for it. In fact, the very specific idea that I had was that nobody had an exact idea about what was going on, but it was very clear among sort of the top tier of this megacorp that the CEO job was something really stressful that no sensible person would want. So in this case, this explains the civics behind private prospectors and public relations specialists. You, one, need to be very good at keeping the fact that the planet is dying secret, and number two, you want to fund as much exploration as you can. But the whole idea here was that for this species, the ruler at the start of the game, the year 2200, was a particularly ambitious and fresh business school graduate who applied to the CEO job. How you doing, Ed Baver? Who applied to the CEO job, and because nobody else wanted it, they wound up getting it. And the species biography is the letter that they get on the first day of showing up for work. To whom it may concern, congratulations on your new appointment as CEO. I'm sure your education at insert educational institution has prepared you for many exciting and diverse challenges. You will be expected to call on it immediately at the helm of Jomar Limited. The planet is clear boilerplate with security and HR for final draft. We expect this to occur within the current generation. Think to the principles of the free market as our founder did, and I am sure that you will see this enterprise through. Sincerely, your predecessor. Just the idea that you show up to work, you find out the planet's dying, and you are wholly unequipped for the moment that history is thrown upon you, struck me as an interesting idea for the species. Now, as it turns out, our planet did indeed blow up. Not much we could do about that, but a couple of months before the final moment of the planet, we managed to get the last Jomar off the world. We saved everyone, which was that is probably actually one of my favorite Stellaris moments, was the final evacuation from the planet. And we've done quite well for ourselves. We've grown out. The diplomacy was really interesting because these guys were very aggressive militarists and much stronger than us. So we actually managed to sort of Canada our way through it by sending a bunch of diplomats on a charm offensive, and we've actually wound up putting them in our Federation. If anything, I actually want to kick them out of the Federation so I can vassalize them, but we'll worry about that in the future. But that's kind of where that was the tone for the starting mission. If you're around at the end of the stream, I can show you some of the other species that I've done. But what I'm going to do now, I'm going to do a bit of a review of the position. We're going to figure out where we're at as far as what our options are. I'm going to correct some of the unemployment and whatnot, and then we'll think about what some of our next steps are. So we're fine with that. Looks like we are... the reason why we went for a status quo peace, it doesn't actually look like we win to the game, but we were able to take all of our war objectives, and we didn't need to give any of the other war objectives to our allies. That's one of the reasons why I've actually been going for status quo as much as I can, because it prevents my allies from being able to get bigger. All right, I'm keeping an Ascension perk because we don't know what the endgame event is going to be yet. What's next? You know what? I think I'm going to just go through all my planets. As you can see, I have a lot. Now, there's one drawback here, which is Esmike Station. In fact, there's a side of me that wants to say we just dismantle this one. The big problem I have right now is that because of the Great Istwani Polity, I don't actually have a connection to my my trade network. Maybe I could build a gateway, actually. But one way or the other, because of their demands, I don't actually have a proper link to my to the rest of my trade network, which is very inconvenient. You don't want my allies to get bigger because the point will come when they aren't allies anymore. Well, yeah, actually, the specific one for me is that I almost have the majority in among my federation. So right now, I just need to get at least one other one other group beside me, if memory serves. So what happens if I take the Raxar entity and the Greatest Wani Polity? If they bound together, then they wind up with 21 and 20. Let's say 22. Yes, so if I bring in the Econo... Actually, you know what? It might be that the Consolidated Calaxian Commonwealth has maybe pushed that over the edge. But one way or the other, like I'm really getting close to a point where my economy is at a point where I can actually throw my weight around just by the sheer size of my species. Can you create links between systems, or are they set? This is actually one thing that changed in the Apocalypse DLC. You can create links through gateways, but these are set in place at the beginning of the game, and you actually need to rely on other technologies to do it. So this is admittedly a tough spot for me to be in as far as these stations are concerned, but I'll learn to live with it, I think. But yeah, I think what I'm going to do is deal with... Oh god, yeah, these all don't count as being attached to the... I'll deal with the... I think I'll deal with the space station situation later. I think I want to deal with unemployment first, because that gives me a chance to review my planets. So Mescaban is currently working on the ecology project. They will eventually need more workers, but for now I need to put them on a world that has available jobs. So let's resettle them into Waleus. Is this where I want to put them? Gagluff also counts. Let's move them. So I've got a bunch of planets right now that are generating unemployment, and this is because I'm building worker robots. Now I'm okay building the worker robots because in the end I have a lot of unfilled jobs in other parts of the galaxy. What I'm mostly worried about is just neglecting them for too long and having them decay into something that I don't need. You're tad surprised that you're not trying the new EU4 DLC. Was there a reason for that? Well, I didn't ask for the DLC, first of all, so it's not guaranteed that I get it's not guaranteed that I'll get a key for everything. I do have sort of a contact that I reach out to, and certainly I in the end, it's kind of up to them to decide whether or not it's in line with their priorities. But the big problem that I have, I actually very much like Europa Universalis 4 as a game. I'm not so fond of streaming it. The last time I streamed Europa Universalis 4, a streamer came in, self-promoted. Everybody was telling me how to play the game when I, didn't really want or need that kind of backseat, and just generally it was not a very pleasant experience. Now that's not a broad statement about Europa Universalis writ large. I think it's a very good game, and I'm sure that the community for the game is actually very nice, and that I was just particularly unlucky on that given day. But this is kind of the consequence of that kind of behavior, right? I am much less inclined to do a Europa Universalis stream now, given that, given the experience that I had with its, with the behavior of people inside of the stream. So, yeah, that's the only reason. Can you make a deal to be able to go through the Eswani polity? Yes, we're actually part of a federation, but for some reason that doesn't seem to count when it comes to a trade network, Glager. And I'll be honest with you, I don't actually have a good answer for why that is. Because it would seem to me it should make sense that you can have trade happen through your borders. Through friendly borders, but it seems to be not the case. This is the trade network I'm talking about, by the way, the one with the rampant piracy, because I suck. Obviously, I can build like little pockets of corvettes and whatnot to patrol these things, but I just can't be bothered. I'll maybe build those at some point, but... But yeah, what it's basically saying is that it's not able to find. So if I take VMAS and I say, okay, I want to connect you to Mrust, there's really no connection to be done. I guess I could do like, yeah. Every time I try to force. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so maybe I was misreading that. Maybe it was telling me that they wanted me to manually do these connections. Yeah, actually, more importantly, too, okay, you know what? I was totally wrong. It wasn't because my allies... I completely ignored the part we'd carved out. We actually checked this in an earlier stream too. I just wasn't paying attention. So it was just saying that I didn't properly connect all that stuff. Never mind. All right. So yeah, it's actually, with that in mind, Gligger, it's entirely possible that I could have made a trade connection through friendly territory and I didn't realize it. I was actually, I was under a misapprehension. So it's probably best to ignore whatever I said on that one. All right, I believe this is a world that we took off of our enemies. Yes, so what do I want to do with it? It's a Gaia world, which is awesome. It's got a housing shortage. All right, so let's start by converting some of these things into city districts. And then I suppose the next question is, what do I want to do with the added availability? Sorry, the... Whoa! What are you talking about? Okay, we gotta cancel this no droid assembly nonsense. Alright, so we've resumed robot assembly, that's good. I would like to specialize a little bit more on this planet, but we need to figure out what it's good at. So this is a Gaia world, high habitability, doesn't necessarily really generate any raw materials of note. Maybe what we want to be doing here, it seems quaint to... Yeah, we don't need purification hubs either. Jesus, this thing is a nightmare. All right, let's think about where we're gonna get our gains. You know what? Maybe we just go crazy. Okay, so first things first. Let's build a galactic stock exchange. We've already got the science station. Looks like we can afford to build an alien zoo, so we'll get that out of the way. And any other special buildings that I can make. I could do robot assembly plants if I really want to keep cranking out the workers. But maybe this is the time when I want to consider a worker capital vault of acquisitions, maybe? I'm not sure. We have free jobs available, so let's convert this into a holo theater. Get a little extra unity. We will convert the Ministry of Production... Well, that's serving a purpose right now. Let's replace the mineral purification hubs with... It's, you know, this isn't the most exciting choice, but I'll do a military academy. I'm probably going to replace these civilian manufacturers, but... and I will build a robot assembly plant just because I can. Okay, this is going to need a lot of love and attention, but for now I've got a pretty good queue built up. All right. So this is complaining about the number of people available for districts. Obviously, we're changing things over to districts for more housing. That's also with the special. So if you're interested in knowing exactly where everything is going, holding your mouse over in games like these are your best friends. So city districts provide housing. It's 8 per housing. So right now our shortfall is already 8. So I just need to build the 1, but I obviously want to fill this planet with pops. So I'm going to build a second one just to prepare. We also had the isolated valley, which gave me an extra alien zoo. The alien zoo will be something that can give me some extra unity, I believe. So I'll move that ahead. Actually, there's one thing I want to do. Is that? Yeah, I hope that city district was getting rid of the mining district. If it doesn't, I'll sort it out. But anyways, in addition to providing housing, which is sort of my immediate concern, it also provides the clerk job. Now, if you take a look at what the game tells you just below, it says clerks produce trade value and amenities. And in this case, the base value is 4 amenities and 4 trade. So with 2 clerk jobs at the base value, it's going to provide enough amenities to deal with the it's going to deal with the current deficit that we have. But there's some other things that I'll take as an advantage too. For instance, when it says it boosts the trade value, this is why I built that galactic stock exchange, because one of the things I'm eventually going to be doing with this planet is converting some of the buildings that I don't need into ones that'll either boost the trade value or boost the research value. They've already got 2 reasonably good research complexes, so I think I'll keep those. Maybe I'll upgrade this one when the time comes. And I'll debate about whether or not I get rid of the extra consumer goods. It kind of depends how big the surplus is up here. So this is going to have some unemployment for a while. Obviously, the old rulers are displaced now that we've conquered them, but there's not much to be done about them. We'll find new jobs for them. In practical terms, this will mean that there's 5 jobs available plus whatever we wind up building. Bleg is a similar story, so this is another world that we conquered. I, again, don't entirely feel the need for an administrative park here. I think I'm going to focus more on my own matters. Now, this is an alpine world. Traditionally, I've always converted everything to ocean, but maybe I want to preserve things for the original inhabitants. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to change that administrative park. I'm going to get them to build alloys. Because this seems to be a little bit more of an industry-focused planet anyway. I think while I can, I'll also convert this civilian fabricator. I might adjust the research complex, but I'm not entirely sold on that prospect yet. We've got communal housing. Now, it seems to me, let's crank out some city districts. I feel like I should be able to replace that. Let's do the stock exchange. And I've got so many specialized buildings that I can do. I don't have all the jobs taken up though, so yeah, the big question is, do I want to crank out even more alloys? You know, I think I do, but let's do some more special buildings in the meantime. So assembly plant for sure. Let's give them... Yeah, we'll build another alloy foundry. I think I'll actually keep the last 2 slots open here because I might... Oh, you know what? I need a Ministry of Production. And I think that's actually told me what I want to... Well, okay. I'll kick the can down the road. I'll also build a stronghold. I have a feeling that I'm going to wind up converting some of these into alloy foundries, but I'll leave it be for now. How you doing, Totally Not Valken? You blame all of this on you. What in particular am I being blamed for? Just so I can make sure that I'm on top of things. All right, we've got devastation. I wonder if that's because of the bombing. Unstable tectonics, so habitability is lower, happiness is down, but engineering research is higher. So we are converting everything here to science. That's going to mean some slack in terms of jobs, but as you can see, there's a whole lot of jobs available already, so I don't mind sort of uprooting this area's economy. And we'll put down a research institute. So what I'm really doing here is I'm just doubling down on the advantage that the game's already giving me. At some point, I think I'm going to build a robot manufacturer, but I don't need to worry about that quite at the moment. In one turn, I'm going to get a new spot available, and it's probably best that the planet sort of digest the jobs that I've already been giving it. Which grand strategy game are you playing? I guess, is it EU4 because it got its new DLC? Totally Not Valken? I will admit, by the way, guys, I was very much considering doing Outer Wilds today, but it has been traditional that I do Stellaris, or at the very least a grand strategy game. So I decided to keep things going on that front. Okay, so I've dealt with the unemployment on my planets and whatnot. There is a little bit of sense in sort of investigating my existing worlds and making sure that they're working the way that I want. But I think I'd rather maybe look at what some of my other opportunities for the moment are. So let's start by looking at my fleets, because I believe there were some losses that we suffered. So the core is currently sitting at 190 ships. The ocean also 190. So yeah, we got the 34s for basically everyone. Now, these guys are sitting at 198. This suggests to me that I've got sort of a surplus of... Right, okay, so they're upgrading right now. What might wind up happening here? Oh, actually, you know what? So these two corvettes are already on their way to replace their brothers at the river. So we'll actually get them... We'll get them on their way. So corvettes have a 10 for piracy suppression. I'm a little curious whether or not my ship designer is going to give me suppression values or not. It'd be nice if they did, but... Nope. But I can consult my... Alright, so Titans give 2, battle cruisers give... what is that? Is it 3? No, that can't be 3. 6. Okay, so it's pretty clear that corvettes are what I want for anti-piracy groups. I'm really looking forward to coming back to it too, Gleger. I was a little disappointed to find out that I miscalculated and that Wednesday was going to be when I was presenting at a local game dev collective. So I don't have the opportunity to pick that up on Wednesday, as I might have been inclined to. Although that also has Cultist Simulator, so... but I might try and carve out a special Thursday broadcast, and at the very least, if I don't do it any other time, I'd feel very comfortable covering that game on Friday at the latest. Yeah, Friday is my absolute drop-dead, I have to do it, broadcast for Outer Wilds. But I'm still clinging on to hope that I'm going to be able to carve out a little bit of extra space. Actually, this is one thing I can do, Gleger. It's I know we're about 45 minutes into the cast and I haven't hit on pause yet, but that's kind of how it starts. I need to make sure that I know what I'm doing in this before I hit on pause. If you're around at the end, I'll maybe show you how you can do the Hearthian species in Stellaris, because that's always a fun one for me, to take science fiction that you already know about and see how it can apply to the game. Okay. So, I've kind of dodged the piracy question for a while, but let's actually take a look at what I'm dealing with here. So we've got max is 232, 240, 250. Actually, maybe max is not the right... Maybe max isn't the right measure for me to be investigating. Maybe I just do, fleets of like 60. So let's say I did... So what I want to kind of do right now is I want to look at what the major pirate networks are. So I don't need to worry so much about the core area. I mean, I've essentially built starbases specifically to deal with piracy at each of these bottlenecks, but that's not really the right way to solve that. So in very practical terms, it looks like what I need right now, and this will likely change. I'm probably going to need a fleet that goes from either Delcor or Cador. Maybe I'll start them from Delcor. So it'd be Delcor to Degantu, and they would just sort of patrol along that route. Probably one from Glidirum. So that would take sort of one line here. And then I would have another group which goes from Finn to Rundor. Now, the thing that worries me a little bit is that some of these ones have actually, like, it looks like they're just on their way to building up to piracy being a problem. But I think probably the better way for me to start, rolling out my patrols is to sort of consider the problems I have right now. So it looks to me like I need 3 stacks of patrol units, and I did say that I was going to do 6 corvettes each. This might change over time, but nope. We need 18, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, these things take about a month to produce. It's a little over a month, but not that much. And I've got 4 shipyards. Actually, I might have 5. No, I think it's 4. Yeah, I have 4 shipyards in the home system, so it won't be instantaneous. But I'm not too worried about them not being defended for a long time. Okay, I don't think I have anything for my construction ships to do, but I am going to take a quick minute here and make sure that my relic is still active. Yes, it is. So we'll still be discovering new resource deposits potentially. In future, I would like to build a starbase on Takvan. I might actually just ignore the starbase limit and run with that right away. And then I just want to see. I think Takvan right now is the last really big trade. Oh, Hauer. Yeah, so Takvan and Hauer, in terms of what they add for trade, would be pretty substantial. Technically, I could take Ferranus Black Hole, and I could try adding a like a trade node to it. But the thing is like I've kind of built this area to have sharp teeth and take out any enemies that emerge, so I'd like to keep with that if I can. Okay, we dealt with the planets. I've sort of got my... Okay, we've dealt with the piracy thing. Now let's think about military actions we can take. I've got 22k in terms of alloys. So there's a few things I'd like to do. Building more defensive positions would be nice. Building and upgrading my star bases is also an option. Obviously building up my fleet so that I can get to my fleet caps is also an important one. So let's start with my existing bases that I haven't upgraded yet. These are probably the highest priorities for me. Now these ones are a little bit harder to invest in because this is the sort of stuff that this is what the AI was doing. However, I think there is some sense because these planets are generating trade, and trade in turn generates not only energy credits for me, but it generates consumer goods. So yes, I'm keeping these. I may change the configuration to something that's a little more suitable to my priorities, but I think this is money well spent for now. And I think I'll do the same with S-Mike, although I sort of question whether or not I need another shipyard. This sort of strikes me as something that might be better as a defensive position, but we'll hang on to that for now. Okay, so we're now at 19k in terms of alloys, so we still have plenty to spend on goodies. So I guess the question is, do I want to try and do sort of a more sweeping upgrade of my infrastructure? Do I have any worries about my ability to do anything? No, we still got the Strategic Coordination Center, so we're okay there. I suppose what I should be considering at this point would be, do I want to do any upgrades to my existing defensive structures? So let's maybe take a look at what we've got here. So we've got room for 4 defensive platforms. Let's get those out of the way right now. Where are the other spots where I might say that there are choke points that I want to hang on to? I'm actually not quite sure why this one got so aggressive all of a sudden. Mavel actually kind of makes sense. Mavel would be a really good candidate for a bunch of defensive platforms for the simple reason that it's right in front of the kind of the capital world. I'm also a little curious about the maintenance costs on the bases, because maybe we're so ridiculously wealthy at this point that I'm willing to just put maximum defensive power on all of my star bases. Hello, Elminster 11. Sorry, 111. For now, I think I'm just going to put my borders and maybe key choke points. Okay, they're not a citadel yet. I clearly missed something. Oh wow, we've got a bunch that we can upgrade. Okay. I know how I'm going to be spending my upgrades. So this is going to use up all of my alloys, but there's going to be a lot of excitement once we get all this freed up. All right, I'll leave it be for now. I'm rather hoping that this is a paper loss rather than the actual state of my economy, because if that is the real state of the economy, I've got some other big problems to deal with. I'm going to sleep again, but wanted to say hi. Okay, well, it's great. Thank you very much for stopping by. I'm sure I will catch you another time. All right, so now we're unpaused. Again, I'm going to wait for the month to tick over to see how bad the situation is. I didn't really talk about what our immediate goals are, so let me give you an example of what our immediate goals are. Make claims. I want your lands. Yeah, so this will take their capital world off them.
Knowledge
I feel
is the key
okay
to the universe.
about that. One of the things that I'm trying to do here is, in the game, you are able to sort of vassalize people. Although I guess because they're in a federation, they're going to decline. I think they're going to decline it anyway. What was it? Offer subsidiary status. We must be at peace. We need to be greater than or equal to superior. Yeah, okay, that's fine. So yeah, I am looking to start making people some subsidiaries. Even to a point where I might start kicking people out of the Federation to accomplish that. It'll also help with the cohesion of the Federation. But in this particular case here, we're not quite ready to start carving out some spots. Now, what I would have done before was I actually kind of wanted to start taking some of these territories because of things like the extra crystals. Turns out that the Akano have some claims on that. So what I'm going to be doing right now is I'm just going to keep eating my way up into their really precious planets and basically take the economy. So Menjusana, the capital, this is the prize right now. So I'm going to lock in those claims. I'm sure there will be other things that we can do later on. So, when you see someone play Stellaris, you want to ask if you played Endless Space. I have played the original Endless Space. I played a lot of that when it came out, and it's DLC. Oddly enough, I haven't put as much time into Endless Space 2, although I have it and all of its DLC. And I will be honest with you, I'm not 100% sure why I had the difference. It may just be the existence of Stellaris, but I think they're both really wonderful games. All right, leader lifespans up. Regimen of periodic cell revitalization treatments keep leaders keep the leader class spry and active beyond traditionally expected lifespans. Of course, we are all robots now, so this may not be quite as important as before. But looks like everything is equal. Well, nope, the army army damage is slightly longer. So Meneth has got spare workers, so we're going to take that. Again, I'm going to find a planet with lots of work and lots of space. So that was Waleus, which we paved over and turned into Coruscant. Cador is also in a similar spot, so let's take that. Oh, damn it.
Nasty boy.
I should have offered them the independent, guaranteed their independence. So they're doing a better job at the sort of the coming out on the world stage and being good guy Menjusana. But fortunately, we can just beat them up whenever we feel like it. So, right. The agreement that we signed giving you access to our databanks has run its course. Would you like to extend it for another 10 standard years, or do your researchers no longer require the information we have to offer? Always extend the deal, because I have the extra research. We're actually not quite the research powerhouse we used to be, unfortunately. It looks like the Raxar entity is starting to overtake us, but I suppose that just gives me a good excuse for more, more investment in research. One very practical consideration I have right now is that if I think an endgame event is going to be coming up, I should be building as many anchorages and I should be building as many citadels and preparing for the worst as I can. So that's a little bit... this is a little bit of what I'm doing right now. It's imperfect because in practical terms I should probably just be cranking out as many ships and as many defenses as I can, but you're more down to earth with Europa Universalis or Hearts of Iron, but this one is huge too. Ed Baver says those two are good, both have their issues. The adherence to history creates something of a problem. I mean, I suppose it's a question, to a certain extent it's a matter of taste on that one, because I think for some people they really like how the historical, how history puts some limits on the way that it is, and they consider it maybe more of a failing of Stellaris that there isn't the variety that you might expect in in another game. I'm really debating about slowly upgrading these buildings and then converting some of them into refineries. The problem is that I still need to find jobs for everyone. Now, you know what? We'll keep with our dedicated bureaucrats. But yeah, I mean, it's. I suppose you could say, are you a Civilization player or are you an Imperator player, or a Civilization player or a EU4 player? If you like balanced starts, then Civilization is a good place to begin. And then I think probably the Amplitude games, the Endless Space and Endless Legend games are probably more your cup of tea. It is interesting to see some of how the development of Hearts of Iron 4 changed, because it seems like they kind of felt that their game was a historical simulation, and that was what players wanted. But when they looked at the telemetry, it seemed to be that very large numbers of people were doing the ahistorical starts and downloading things like Kaiserreich and all of that. And so it seems that a lot of the sort of post-release plans were sort of scrapped, and they brought in a lot more alternate history timelines, which I think is neat. I think it's an indication that Paradox sort of pays attention to how people are playing the game and what players are saying in terms of what they enjoy. But yes, I do know The Man in the High Castle. That was one of my favorite science fiction books. At one of my last days on my university campus, I actually walked by the TV adaptation being filmed. I used to work in film, so I didn't feel too bad about coming up to some of the workers on there, and I was explaining to my friend, is like, oh, there's this Philip K. Dick book that I love called Man in the High Castle, and I had to imagine if I did like a film adaptation of it, like this is exactly what it would look like. Apparently the PA was overhearing what I was saying. He says, yeah, you got it right, this is Man in the High Castle. And I was so excited to find out that it was coming in. They definitely took it in a different direction, but I like that they have a lot of little references to the book but rather than just being, it's a little bit like how Sherlock did modern day adaptations of the Sherlock Holmes stories. It's not a slavish sort of word for word. It's not like Zack Snyder doing Watchmen, where like everything's shot for shot like the comic until it becomes too hard and then abandon it. Instead, they take the spirit of those books, either the Sherlock Holmes stories by Arthur Conan Doyle or The Man in the High Castle by Philip K. Dick, and I feel like they took what was true and interesting about it as a book and mapped that onto the TV series. I haven't seen that much of the TV series, so I don't know what they do later on, because there's a definite beginning and an end to Man in the High Castle, and I suspect that probably the TV series will move past that, but I was really encouraged by what I saw. The one change I'm a little annoyed by is that in the Philip K. Dick book, Canada is an independent nation, and I don't know if they ever specifically refer to Canada being
Research
conquered in the show, but definitely in the title you see that Canada is just sort of lumped in with the United States, and I'm like, no, that wasn't how it happened in the book. All right, new developments in tech cooling regularly surface, improving the stability and efficiency of our weapon systems, keeping them from blowing up the ships on which they are mounted. I meant to do new tech, not close it. All right, so we can do either additional energy credits or extra shield hit points. I think, again, military tech is what we want to be focusing on if we think we're going to be getting close to the end game. And as is tradition, we move workers to where they are needed. No virtue, my god. I, first of all, don't know where the, I don't know where the raid mess... Oh, it's probably because of the raid. I still need to figure that out. But guys, No Virtue has been killing it on Stellaris lately. Although I actually, before, I think the last time I watched No Virtue was a Stellaris stream, but I think before that I was watching some Old World. I've also had the delight of watching her play Cook Serve Delicious. But anyways, for those of you who want to see Stellaris played at a very high level, No Virtue's an excellent streamer for that. Very modest and will say, I don't know that much. But what I think is really nice, so I have a very sort of plodding pace. I've got a very, kind of deliberative approach. It takes me a long time to get through a game, and I think sometimes that's very good for people who are starting at a blank slate with the game. But I also know that there are people who really benefit from sort of, it's like, okay, I've got the basics now. I just kind of want to see how somebody, somebody real plays this game, maybe for lack of a better term. No Virtue is excellent for that. I think there are nice little moments in the stream where it'll be like, this is why you want to do this thing. So like, do you want to upgrade your buildings, early on, or do you want to fill in the gaps? And, little questions like that, ones which sometimes I'll deal with, other times I won't. These are, are great little things that you can pick up. But on top of that, one of the things that's really great about No Virtue is the fact that, very rarely is the game on pause. Usually there's some really clear ideas about what the next step is. And so one of the nice things about that is you get a lot more variety in terms of different approaches. And she certainly enjoys taking on some different challenges and plays at a very difficult level. Yeah, well, the good news is if I play multiplayer, I'm not the one to hit the pause button. I've never paused a game on my own. I've always waited for someone else to pause it. But you just united the entire galaxy in a federation, fanatic, egalitarian, and militarist. That's a fantastic one. I'm actually at the point where I kind of want to start kicking people out of the federation so I can vassalize them. They're taking territories that I want. But on top of that, let me also mention that on top of, so one, I hope you guys click that button to No Virtue's channel and follow and check out their stuff. But on top of that, I had been sitting on this forever. But there is a link to science fiction short stories, which I have rather enjoyed going through, and they are apparently in the order in which they were written and are worth reading. So where, for me, sort of Stellaris becomes the outlet for my science fiction, whatever science fiction creativity I have through sort of creating the species and the little backstory for them. In this case, No Virtue is just very good at the game part of the game. I mean, this doesn't imply a lack of creativity in terms of any of the species that she's come up with, but I would say you get to see that other side, where I'll take like an hour at the beginning, kind of coming up with a story for a species. You can save that for the short stories, and I always like being able to support stuff like that because I don't think people hear enough credit about the writing. So. Actually, you know what? Let me just take a... Oh, I don't have my browser open. Just let me see if I can find it. I always close... Sorry, you guys came... Like I said, you've come from someone who is very good at, like, getting through the game and, like, not pausing and stuff, to someone who is now not done... Has not unpaused the game since... All right. Oh, come on, Steam. For those of you who couldn't be bothered to click on the Twitch link, and shame on you if you haven't, those are the stories. I highly recommend checking them out. Oh no, not at all. You are very kind. I was going to say, given the fact that it's definitely a step down from your stuff I always feel like I'm doing wrong to your audience because you do this, you stream this game incredibly well. I always feel like at the very least I can sing your praises to people and get them to check out your stuff. Not much hope for your viewers, but at least I can try and direct some of my own to your writing. All right, while I'm paused, let's take a minute here, and I'll just deal with my some of my unemployment. I mean, again, this is all by design. I've got a ton of jobs that need to be filled, and I've got a bunch of robot factories generating it all. But I mean, the fact of the matter is, I still need to actually get it done. Now, I'm going to need a minute here to decide. So, what we've traditionally done here is open up virtual entertainment studios because I'm sort of the view that every consumer good that you produce above what your bare minimum is waste. It should be produced towards alloys instead. It's pretty clear here that. It's pretty clear that we don't need more. We're actually making more consumer goods than we're making alloys, which is just absolute nonsense. The Cat's card was... Yeah, well, the Cat's card was... that was added in the Exile DLC, so that was really exciting to see. I also think Lottie did a really wonderful job with that. That particular... with that little bit of art. So, I mean, if I wanted, I could do virtual entertainment studios. I've tended to not go for the private military industries because for what I'm spending for it, for 3 alloys, I'm like, well, why don't I just, uproot one of my consumer goods factories and make it alloy instead. We were getting a little short on food, so I suppose I could do a fast food chain, but that feels dumb. Amenities actually sounds like that could be worthwhile. Additional diplomatic weight from economy also sounds... Yes, I have been neglecting these for too long. So, given that I want to try and achieve the majority in my federation, I think the diplomatic weight is where I actually want to be. The soundtrack is fantastic. Do corporation buildings benefit from the planet's stability? I don't believe they do. Are you thinking... Oh, wait, maybe so in terms of something like trade values and whatnot? I guess in this case, it would just be... Yeah, sorry, I think I see where you're going with this. So you're saying that, so the stability is going to be giving bonuses. So the way that I would read this is because stability is giving a bonus to trade value, and trade value is or branch office value is ultimately tied to trade value, it would seem to me that increasing the stability of a planet does help, although it does invite the question as to what the heck is going on with organized crime.
Knowledge is
because
the key
I kind of
to
feel
the
like
universe.
having a high crime sort of erodes stability. But then I've not played a criminal one, so. All right, circulating excess heat from weapons discharge in order to prime munitions as they are loaded. Increases the rate of fire of strike craft weaponry, strike craft attack speed. Plus 10%. So again, we're just going for the cheapest research we can. I tend to like as much shooting power as possible. Let's do kinetic weapons. I should also do a small audit of my strategic resources because I held off on a lot of upgrades of things like corporate culture sites and whatnot because oh yeah, we're drowning in everything, so... all right. So we can get away with this upgrade. Again, this has got a stock market, so it's fine that I'm getting additional trade. Congratulations, you get everything upgraded. Next thing, so Gagush. So clearly we don't need any more consumer goods. It's also a really good time to do these changes. So I bestow on you the title of New Alloy Foundry World.
Knowledge is the key to the universe.
With a little science. Our aggressive conditioning 4. Iterating on the standard conditioning regimen of ground troops has proven to make them more effective in direct combat. So I hate doing these army ones because I don't feel they are as useful, but I did tell myself I would go for the lowest price tech, otherwise I just wind up going too far down one path and not really solving anything. My god, I did not expect to have these many jobs open up. I should be a little careful on just dumping everyone into Waleas, because really all I'm doing there is fueling clerks. And I feel like there are some benefits that I could get from a little more diversity in my labor force.
Ship upgrades applied.
For now, though, I'll try and deal with the immediate issues. All right, who got those upgrades? Looks like you're ready for another batch, though, so we'll throw them in. Okay. Deidre can get the upgrade, although I think we're still going to throw people into their different roles. Here I'm going to take... I'm actually going to take the planets that have available jobs. I'm going to do something a little different here. Instead of throwing everything into Waleas, I'm actually going to take the planets that seem to have jobs available, but for one reason or another don't have the housing. Alright, refugees arrive. So this is the nice thing about having the Raxar entity in my federation. They conquer worlds, they're a hive mind, so they either throw off or eat anybody who winds up on the planets that they conquer, and all the refugees wind up in my much more tolerant megacorp.
Ship upgrades applied.
Okay. Apparently we can still do upgrades. I was meaning to... Alright. I'm not going to go crazy on the corporate embassies yet, but let's try and do some extra bonuses. So I think the executive retreat's not a bad idea too, just for the extra amenities. Extra amenities will make my people more productive, and so, you know, the existing industrial base that I have will be able to sort of absorb some of the benefits a little bit more rapidly. I think I'll avoid... I'm going to avoid upgrading this mega... Well... Yeah, no, I'll avoid it for now. The new Yilkahan Khanate and the Cooperative of Menjusana have entered into a defensive pact. Now, that's a bit of a shame because obviously I'm going to be bullying the Cooperative of Menjusana.
Knowledge is the key to the universe.
But it takes a lot to make me cry. They've made their choice, and it was the wrong one. So now I think I freaked out a little bit on this Agra world. But I actually don't think it hurts to have a little bit more food secured. So we've got one job there, got 2 more there, and I probably should sneak in that last city district.
Knowledge is the key to the universe.
And we've got science all over the place. So let's do... Okay, I could get bonus minerals, defense platforms, but armor is the best for survivability, so we'll stick with that for engineering. We've got shield harmonics 8, so that's a bonus to my shield hit points. The basic mechanics of ship shields are complex, but they can be adjusted and improved in a multitude of ways. So again, here we go for the cheap tech. The cheapest tech is the applied super conductivity. I'm again perfectly happy to get a 5% bonus to my energy credits. When I just take a look at jobs, we're generating 3,764. Actually, that may also include the bonuses, so that 5% might be false. Anyways, as you can see, even in the single digits, that is a fairly substantial bonus towards my energy credits. And if I want, I can just dump them all into alloys, although I tend to bankrupt myself when I do that. Nerve dampeners 4, careful tuning of pain receptors allows soldiers to fight through what previously would have been debilitating injuries. Looks like we're back to 7,500 for everything, given that there's currently a drain on my resources in the form of starbase capacity. I'm going to build the Interstellar Expansion 5. Now, that should also be solved when we finish building the Strategic Coordination Center, but that is going to take us a while. Finally, I tried not to pause, but I've got apparently all the bills are coming due in terms of the jobs I set up. So I might as well deal with this properly. And while I'm at it, so this is an example of a system where I'd sort of be well suited to keep things getting upgraded. I'm a little mad that I didn't do that before, if I'm completely honest, but... Okay, Delcor. Alright, Delcor is sort of... Yeah, this is Consumer Goods City. It seems to make some sense to upgrade them, but... Okay, let's just say 1, 2, 3, 4. I should have still double digits rare... No, not double digits rare crystals. It's a tight fit, but let's... I'll have at least one proper... civilian goods manufacturer, because I can still, as you can see, there's plenty of bling to go around. One of the reasons why I was putting a little into farming was to we're also going to need more city districts if I'm going to do that, so let's put you here into Obasaic. Diadem. It's very clear I don't know what the hell I'm doing with this planet. I've got administrative offices, I've got moat harvesting traps, there's a little bit of everything in here. I need 2 more jobs to make this place useful. So the easiest thing would be to upgrade the commercial zones, and I probably will. Actually, that... They all want crystals. I'm gonna build the merchant. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna do the commerce megaplex, and then I'm gonna switch out to a galactic stock exchange. But I'm really short on crystals now, so I gotta keep an eye on that. Again, these guys are these guys want gas, so it might make sense for me to upgrade that. I need 1 more job. How are we for gas? Oodles, which means I should also be... this means that I should also be focusing on getting more labs built. Pile. Now this is one where I can actually build stuff. So we've got 4 positions open. I'm gonna take this opportunity, and so it's quite hard for me to do refining. The problem that I have with refining is that it only produces one job, and especially on worlds where I'm getting close to the limit in terms of the number of jobs that I can run, I sometimes run into these situations where I haven't been thoughtful in terms of how I plan out kind of where everyone needs to go. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to get them focusing on crystals. I'm also going to max out the farms. This is just basically so that I can get the next unlock for the buildings. Now, I may have to sort of adjust some of this stuff around a bit. One really good candidate actually would be to get rid of some of the bioreactors, because we're at a point now where I can't just throw around all of the growth benefits. We're back to mere double digits on our food stockpiles, or not stockpiles, our food generation. But I think we're okay. As for the rest of it, I suppose the question is whether or not I want to deal with the unemployment right away. You know what? I think I will. Rather than having these people sit around and not do anything, let's get them. Let's get them onto worlds where they're producing immediately. I'm realizing, of course, that some of these are the refugees, so it's a double-edged sword, but... Of course, if I was smarter, I'd be looking at what these jobs are actually going to be producing, but I'm already taking a bunch of time from the game on this, so... So I feel like I've been jumping some of these... Like, we put somebody on Obasiak and only just found out that apparently there's unemployment there now. It was probably a specialized job that I wasn't paying attention to. Anyways, Obasiak is going to be doing the thing I want it to, which is produce alloys.
Ship upgrades applied.
Actually, before I do that, can I build the Ministry of Production yet? Yes, I can. So, we need, for the next level, we're at 52, there'll be a job. I'm pretty sure there's a job. Yeah, one administrator that comes out of this, so we're at 53, so I actually just need 2 more jobs. We only need to upgrade the one. Did Uncle Cranky write something? I didn't actually see that in the chat. I don't know what the time is, but aren't all your people robots? Robots don't need food. Weird. Okay, so just for the benefit of chat, the last few chats that I saw here, I got a thank you from No Virtue, Elminster about cats. I got messages from Ed Baver and Elminster. And then the last thing that I read was, do corporation... Yeah, well, 252 doesn't mean anything to me because it's 8:55 here. But for those of you who've been participating in chat since, say, when I linked No Virtue's Reddit, if you could just even type a single character, I will say out the names of the characters that I see. And if I don't say your character, it is safe to assume I can't see your messages. And I'm hoping somebody can inform me if something gets lost. And I can do like a refresh. I'm not 100% sure how I'll actually get this fixed. Oh, you know what? This is why I have a phone. Oh, I see how it is. Pretending you don't see me chatting so you don't have to react to my dumb jokes. I have no idea why I didn't see the one that you specifically mentioned, Cranky. I'm sorry about that. We've got a Vault of Acquisitions. Do I want to upgrade this? I'm tight on crystals, but yes, this is the capital world. We always have room for new goodies. Normally, I'm just straight out with my hatred of Uncle Cranky. Did you see how he butchered Frostpunk? Okay. Again, I'm starting to prioritize worlds that have available jobs as well as space.
Construction
again.
completed.
I'm sort of at a point where I don't want to. All right, lots of star bases came online. I think what I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to focus on getting as many citadels up as I can. And then sort of the second order problem is going to be filling up the roles. The problem is that I like doing really big ship construct. Oh, I've got space for a Titan. I got to start that right away. I own the galactic market and I need to use it a lot more, but we can still afford it, so. Of course, new Titan also means that I can build a new fleet. We are definitely not in any shape for a brand new fleet. Also, I actually need to get my patrols out. So I think we said we were going to do 6 each. All right, so the breach was going to Claredom. Sorry, lots of things coming into place. Where was it? Why enemy allies always join them and mine not? Are you talking about wars, Amir? Of course I picked the one that didn't. Alright, I think we were going to move these guys up to Delcor if memory serves. For God's sake. Alright. You always lose your wars because of exhaustion. It's a tricky one. I mean, one of the things that I did to get past the exhaustion problem was I was always a little careful in terms of picking what war goals I was moving towards. So I would always make sure that my sort of my targets I felt that they were achievable. So this means if I have maybe less than stellar allies, that they're not going to become an anchor. One thing that I've actually been taking advantage of lately are white pieces. So where I feel like I'm going to be getting the systems that I really wanted, what I tend to do now is I white piece to achieve the objectives that I wanted, as opposed to give them an opportunity to return. You can fight alone. The problem is that they have more energy to fight. You lose your energy before you could achieve your goals. When you say energy to fight, you mean like the war goal, or are you talking about energy credits, like you run out of resources to wage war? Okay, Matter Compression 3. Compressing suitable materials into ultra-dense forms is a cheap and efficient way to improve their ability to absorb weapons-grade impacts. So we've got two choices if I go for the cheapest: defense platforms and explosive weapons. Now again, I don't want to ignore defensive platforms, but they're not as high of a priority. I don't have the money to buy. But yeah, I mean, part of it is, so sometimes it's also a question of picking your battles. One thing that's worked rather well for me on this playthrough is just being able to sort of bounce around the enemy territories. I have no idea what the core is doing, but I'm gonna get them where they need to be. One thing that's worked rather well for me was I sent some fleets to take these worlds, which I was never actually going to wind up owning anyway, but it caused them to direct their fleets on the way. Now, this prevented me from getting war exhaustion because
Research
in the
concluded.
end, I wasn't losing a lot of units to the battles. And then when they had a weaker fleet, my main forces were in this area, and so I was able to sort of swoop in and inflict a lot of damage on them. You mean the exhaustion? Okay, yeah. So the biggest thing that you need to think about when it comes to war exhaustion is just to think about the sort of things that contribute to it, right? So attrition is one. This means that if you can take battles where your losses are small, these are better than battles where your losses are going to be very large. Now, this seems common sense, right? But in some cases, it's like, okay, I've got, roughly equal forces, but I know that I've got a small advantage that's going to push that ahead. That is almost pretty much the definition of winning the battle but losing the war in some cases. A very costly victory on that can mean that you actually don't achieve your goals because you're in a situation where or actually no, hang on. Attrition I don't think ties to your ships. I think I'm thinking of Europa because it's space battles and ground battles on their own. Yeah, no, it's really clear here that it says this is the losses. So my apologies. One of the best things that you can do, instead of just listening to my advice on this, Amir, the game actually gives you the tools that you need to understand exactly what's contributing to these numbers. And one of the things that I find very effective for learning games like this for myself, because again, I don't have sort of an encyclopedic knowledge of a game like this, but what I do know how to do is find the information that I need at the moment. So in this case here, one of the ways that I learned to deal with problems is to say, well, how is the computer beating me? They're kicking my ass somehow, and I want to learn how to do what they're doing towards me. And so if I take a look at my war exhaustion and I see that my space battles are through the roof, it might mean that I'm actually winning a lot of battles, but because I'm losing ships, the losses on my ships are too great. Sort of similar ideas with ground battles, right? This has everything to do with the number of units that are being lost. But on the other hand, like occupation is also a really big deal. So one thing that you can do, if you know that the enemy has these undefended territories, you can actually send a small fleet and some armies to go and take those worlds, and that'll be boosting up your occupation numbers. So sometimes it's a matter of making sure, and again, occupation doesn't have to be planets, it can also be systems. So one of the things that you might find helpful, and it's not just in the sense of finding out for yourself where your largest exhaustion costs are coming from, but being able to look at, being able to take a look at specifically where your largest war exhaustion is coming from. So if you're seeing that you have very high occupation, one thing you can do to fix that is to start taking back some of your smaller systems. If instead you're noticing that your space battles are very high, maybe in that particular case, what you want to try and find is a system that doesn't involve losing as many ships. Maybe that means building more capital ships. Maybe that means taking more favorable flights. And one thing that you can kind of check is you can just sort of see, the game will give you the composition about exactly where you're seeing the maximum. One other reason is their allies. So this is the one part I'm a little bit less clear on. So you're saying that, is it just the case that in the case of the wars that you're taking, that all, like, the AI has a lot of allies and you're finding it difficult to you're finding it difficult to be able to overwhelm them because you've got too many people who are defending your target? Sorry guys, I just spilled a little coffee on myself. More exhaustion caused by destroyed, pacified, neutron swept, faith, enforced, or nano-assimilated planets. Okay, so this is for the Colossi. Sorry for all the kind of counter questions, Amir. I just want to make sure that I'm clear on what situations you're running into. All right, I can do
Knowledge
entertainment studios, but again, maybe we can do something more exciting. I mean, naval capacity is not a bad option right now. What's my most valuable branch? Estwana. I think this is one case where it's... I think the commercial forum makes sense. Yeah, no problem. So Amir, I think I should just maybe be careful with what you're saying. If you're finding the situation that, oh, thank you very much for the follow. If you're finding that the AI allies are overwhelming you, one thing you might want to consider is the fact that people tend to take defensive pacts very seriously, whereas people will not necessarily join aggressive wars that they don't see any benefit from. I think that's kind of true for most of the Paradox games. So there's no easy answer for that. I think Federations gives you some more options for dealing with those problems, because in the end, you can sort of befriend people and you can play the political game a little bit more effectively. But in those situations, one thing that's helpful if it's a question of enemy allies, sometimes if I find that I'm in a weaker position than them, I wait for a really good time. I wait for a time when they seem to be bogged down in a couple of other wars, and so they may not be paying attention to me. Some other cases is I just need to get stronger. In these cases here, I'm not as worried about enemy allies because I'm not so worried about enemy allies because I know I've got the fleets to handle them. Another thing that can be helpful is, like, let's consider here, the Cooperative of Menjusana, I believe, is still in a federation with... Or maybe they're not. No, they are in a federation with the Mandate of Vulu Umu. So what's neat here is that if I declare war on the Cooperative of Menjusana, if the Mandate of Vulu Umu wants to come and hurt me, well, they need to go through the Great Estwani Polity to come and get at me, which means either the Great Estwani Polity they're in a federation, so they're going to be joining the war with me no matter what. But even if we had a defensive pact, given the fact that we're allies, it's less likely that they're going to let their ships kind of come into my territory. So sometimes being in an advantageous position and making sure that your alliances are sort of built around those favorable positions might be able to help. Their allies don't even join the fights, they kind of make it harder to exhaust the enemy. I see. This is an opinion, this is my opinion. This may not necessarily be the right way to play, but with that in mind, I think there is some value. So I always take the view in strategy games that there's always going to be a cost for making certain decisions. I wasn't expecting these guys to be upgrading, but I like that they're upgrading. If I move my fleets, this is what I'll try and explain it this way. So if I want to have the majority of my fleets, I can move them here, or I can move them here. One of these ideas, like one of these is going to have certain consequences, right? So if I go to the right-hand side here, I'm going to be taking a lot of home worlds from my opponent, and that's really good. And if I go on this side, it means that they're going to redirect their ships to move down to this section, and maybe I won't need to worry so much about taking these worlds. Now, I'm in an unquestionably stronger position against the cooperative of Menjusana. So right now, what I need to do is I need to take my fleets and I need to say, all right, bring it on. I'm gonna bulldoze you all the way to your capital world and beyond. Now, the cooperative of Menjusana, we're in a peace treaty right now, so they need to decide, do I try and build a fleet that's going to be able to take on this superior force? One thing that they might want to try is build a lot of defensive platforms on the worlds that I'm most likely to be coming after. Or they might want to try and find some really good alliances, but those are probably hard to come by right now. Now, what happens if I'm weaker than the cooperative of Menjusana? Well, one thing that I might try would be this other approach, where I start taking a lot of worlds off of them. I would need to make sure that if I'm worried that the enemy has a lot of fleets, I want to have these really well-defended positions to slow them down. But essentially what I might do here is I might start taking worlds off of them, because then they're going to need to dedicate military resources towards defending them. And if they don't dedicate military resources to defending them, they've spent all of their attention up here. I've gotten all of this for free. So the reason I'm mentioning that is that in the end, if the enemy makes a choice, you need to make sure that they pay the price for the choice that they make. If their allies don't participate in the battles, then what should be happening in that case is you should be able to take whatever advantages come from the fact that your opponent is weaker than they would seem to be. In my opinion, one of the lowest cost ways that you could do that would be to take additional systems from them. And that's either going to force the enemy fleets to move in and defend those systems or to reclaim them. If they do that, of course, then you'll start getting your space battle points, because then you're actually going to be able to fight them. And better still, you're going to be fighting them on systems that you've chosen because you've already invaded them. If, on the other hand, you're finding that the enemy is coming in really aggressively, that's a bit of a harder decision. At that point, you kind of need to decide where are your best spots. If you don't think you can take them on, where's the hardest place you can hit them so they feel the pain of the choices that they've made. And you had the same idea, but you found a wormhole, and that's where the problem begins. So yeah, I mean, what I've done with my wormhole here is this thing is loaded for bear. Like, it's got an ion cannon, it's got 19 defense platform. Well, the ion cannon among the 19 defense platforms. I've invested a lot into making sure that my borders are really well defended. But again, if you don't have the alloys for that, that's going to be harder. But that's probably the best that I can say. It's obviously a really general problem, but I think one of the things to keep in mind in a game like this is that very rarely is somebody going to try and start a war when they think that they're at a disadvantage. Usually they're going to try and start a war when they think that they can, it's not just that they can win, but that they can just sort of run away with it. And so, again, especially with the current version of Stellaris, which tends to involve a lot of decisions. It tends to involve, like, the fleet logistics is a real thing. You need to worry about where you're moving your ships and whatnot. It means that the overall consequence of choosing to go left rather than go right probably has a lot more meaning than it would have in an earlier version of the game. And sometimes the question of winning a war is making sure that you're making sure that you're not just giving your opponent every advantage. Like, maybe the other example I could give you is when I play chess, I'm not bad at tactics. I'm very bad at strategy, in the sense that I have a really hard time coming up with a series of moves that will force the king into checkmate. And so a lot of my chess wins come from just outlasting an enemy until they make a mistake. An opponent probably is the better answer. That's not a really good way to win at chess. So in that particular situation, again, you can have a fleet that's very good at winning individual confrontations, but if you don't have that larger strategy in terms of saying, all right, if the enemy sits idle, then here's what I'm going to take from them. If the enemy decides to face me, I'm going to choose this because it's going to hurt them the most, and I feel that they don't have a good reply to do that. So that's I think that's probably the most general advice I can give you along those lines. All right, minor improvements to transmission efficiency add up to sizable reduction in overall energy costs. And we can go... I think I'm going to do the attack speed just because of the tachyon lances. All right, the ocean has finally finished its full upgrade. That's good. Not quite sure what I want to do with them yet, but I suppose I should decide what ships I'm going to be throwing into them. Oh, it says that it's finished upgrading, but that doesn't look like that's true. That was the old upgrade message. All right. Again, unemployment. Let's deal with that as much as I want to continue doing the Mega Forge upgrades. Again, lots of job openings. Not as many. Not as many housing, which is a little bit of a worry. All right, so I'm going to take a minute here and just look at the situation with amenities and whatnot. So this was a world that was good with the asteroid belt. I think in this case here, we're going to replace the energy credits. As far as other upgrades are concerned, I think we can afford the additional mineral mining. The ones related to, well, I think gases I should be fine. I'm a little worried about spending my rare crystals right now, though. By the way, if I've been slow to respond to chat, I'm actually really nervous about what happened with that with Cranky's message. So for those of you who are, if I've been really quiet for a bit, I'm not quite sure the best way to handle it, but you know, it's not personal. I'll figure out how to solve it. I'm having a really tough time here deciding whether or not I want more admin offices. I did just do a whole bunch of upgrades for administrative offices. This is kind of silly. Well, the stock exchange wouldn't be terrible either. I would think I'm going to do the military academy just for a start. Because I actually only need one more job before I unlock the last one. Well, it's not so much disappearing out of nowhere so much as just me not seeing them. I can see... So there's a few reasons I know technologically that why that would happen. Generally what... generally it just means that I've been disconnected from... it just means that I've been disconnected from the sort of the main... the Twitch chat, and it hasn't informed me. But with that in mind, I mean, the added value that I'm giving is the talks that I have with you guys, so I don't exactly want I don't want that to become a regular thing. Now, this is a bit of a conundrum. I need to find 3 new jobs for people, and I don't have anything that gives me 3 jobs. So there's a side of me that wants to just say, well, here's an interesting idea. So we're currently generating 6 crystals. This is okay. I think I've got a pattern for refinery worlds right now, and I really like how this is going to work. So the problem I have with refinery, I actually really wish I, except for Uncle Cranky, where it's very personal. So I actually should have thought about this a lot sooner. When I want to build refinery worlds, the problem that I have with the refineries is that you only get 1 job out of them. And so when the only way that I can get more refineries is when I get a number of pops at sort of the 5 pop mark. And the challenge is that the worlds that I normally want to turn into refinery worlds are the ones that, you know, don't have a lot of districts. If they have lots of districts, generally what I want to do is I want to get them focused on building these raw materials. So what I should have been paying attention to is the idea of the commercial zone, because I can get a commercial zone for free. That gives me 5 jobs outright, But on top of that, I can upgrade a commercial zone for 1 rare crystal. But when I build a rare crystal, like when I build a synthetic crystal plant, I get 2 rare crystals. For some reason, I'm actually generating 6. I'm assuming that's because of the bonuses that my... Oh, actually, it might also be because of the Shapa. All right, let's take a look exactly why. So the Empire, the Governor, and the high stability. Okay, yeah. So just we're very good at producing. So the problem with my refinery worlds is one that I could have solved really easily, which is whenever I started running out of available jobs, I just make sure that I built a commercial zone. That would take me for the next slot, and then I would use that slot to build a synthetic crystal plant, upgrade the building, which would give me another 5 clerk jobs. And so the net amount is that I'm up at least 1 rare crystal. And then on top of that, I'm also up the slot, which I could use to build, like a gas refinery or something. So I'll keep that in mind in the future. For now, let's say I actually am short on crystals anyway, so I should probably be building that no matter what. That is a really simple thing to do, and I'm a little annoyed at myself for not addressing that earlier. Ublian. Oh god, I don't know what I want to do with you. Definitely not more administrative offices. I think we've had enough of that. We've got our energy credits down for this place, so let's say... Oh, I'm actually short on minerals, so I can shut up. We have a little bit of extra influence, so let's make some claims on our long-standing enemy. In this case, I think I'll close up the last little bit. So now, essentially, we're just going to be nibbling off the remaining, the remaining parts of their empire. I think if I can get away with it, it would be nice to sort of pinch it at Tethys. It's not like the perfect. It's not like the perfect sort of holding point. Or some other ones with desirable resources. Definitely Riador. Doesn't look like they've got much in the way of strategic goods.
Ship upgrades
on this
applied.
Side. All right, this is welcome because I can finally combine these two. Oh, you know what? I probably moved all of my... Oh, this is going to be a day of reckoning. All right, let's make sure that all of my planets are currently benefiting from bling. So distributing luxury goods, the big thing about this one is just the amenities. I also want to have this because if I don't have every world under luxuries distributed, the challenge that I'm going to run into is that this is another perfect example of... So we'll do rare crystals here. I think it also makes sense to do this upgrade. And then this will be the next one will be maybe a commercial zone. I'm not 100% sure about that yet. Sorry, what was I? I was saying something before. Oh yeah, the one thing I want to avoid in these cases is making... oh wow, actually we're spending... Right, we actually need to focus a lot more on food. I forgot that we are actually buying ourselves out of our problems. But yeah, so the thing I don't want to have happen is only one... I don't want to have one planet not have that effect. The reason for that is if I if I neglect, if I forget, like, so in this case here, while these planets weren't having luxuries distributed, they were not getting the immigration pull, which means I was actually pulling pops out of this area, and I actually want to have them. I want to have people coming in because there's very useful jobs that are not being fulfilled right now. Obviously, I've got unemployment because of the rulers and whatnot, but I don't want to. That's not going to be true forever. I am also going to take a minute here and say, how can I get some more food in my empire? I think in this case, I'm going to replace generator with agriculture. Apparently I can, oh, because I don't have the minerals. Well, we can wait on that. Yeah, I pretty severely underestimated my food production. There's going to be some consequences for that.
Knowledge is the key to the universe.
Advances in miniaturization allow for more rapid loading and discharging of rocket-propelled payloads. So again, we'll look for the cheap tech. It looks like it's either planetary build speed, hull points, or minerals. I think in this case, let's go for the defense platform hull points. It's military-oriented.
Construction completed.
Right. If I have to go without the, all right, now this is just embarrassing. So I need a total of 3 jobs. So I'm going to go for a refinery job. For these guys, we've got more than enough jobs. I think we're going to still keep going with the crystal plants at this point. But yeah, let's deal with all of these. Diadem needs to stop being a bureaucratic world. But what are they going to become? Galactic Stock Exchange, which means we'll be down 1 job. Okay, we can afford to convert this one. I'm also going to start replacing the energy with food. But that still hasn't answered the question about what I'm going to do with this world. Ministry of Production's just for metallurgists and artisans. It's not going to help refinery. I think I'm going to build the commercial zone. It's not the most exciting choice, but... I'm a little surprised Mavel all of a sudden has free jobs. I guess it was because I did an upgrade. Yeah, the Synergy Forum. That's still a good choice, though. I think at some point I need to actually commit to fully upgrading Meneth. I just always have another reason not to do it. Okay, we can... I feel okay unpausing, but what I am eventually going to do... Alright, so these guys, we're going to patrol to Kosk. So these guys really aren't going to get upgraded, which is a bit of a shame. Okay, so if they're going to take care of Kosk, then I just need to go up to Finn. Again, there will probably be other patrols that I add, but for now, I just want to get rid of the most egregious violations. And then we go to Digantu. So this is a little bit of an experiment. We'll see whether or not I've actually packed enough firepower for this to be meaningful. Now, the Titan is on its way.
Ship upgrades applied.
But I am going to need to think about these upgrades that I'm turning everything into citadels and whatnot, but I still need to actually give them I need to give them jobs. So as always, we'll do the surveyor. It's always nice to get new resources. So we've swept our space with the strong scanning beam of the surveyor relic. A previously unknown resource deposit has been identified on QT1Y2K. So that was oh, hello. Nice bonus to alloys. I always keep forgetting to reverse engineer, so that's also taken care of. And we certainly have a lot of relics, so let's go to the capital world and let's do performance competition as well. Alright, Diadem is short on specialists. I suppose that's to be expected. I guess I kind of wind up making them rot. I'm still gonna crank out the sorry, I'm just trying to see where we're at with this war. Wow, they're both just slapping each other silly. That's kind of grim for me because I suspect this is going to mean they're going to lose a lot of these territories. But we'll see. Divine, yep, that's fine. Yeah. And
ship upgrades applied.
All right, improving the support staff available to our admirals will increase the number of ships that they can command in a single fleet. So, let's say not the one I would normally pick. Oh, see, yeah. This is a tough one. I probably would have considered the food because we're so short of it, but 20 naval capacity is not something to take lightly given the fact that I'm going to need to improve it before too long. All right, why does Garam have unemployment? Because I was careless is the answer. So first things first, some extra agriculture, and I think we will get them to also do some refining. The real shame here is that I, at this point, I really should just be cranking out as much, as many upgrades, as much, basically as much as I can in terms of the tools of war. But I'm also I'm dealing with a little bit of short-sightedness as far as the way that I built up all of these planets. Alright, now this is a bit of a shame. Let's say... Whoa! What was I thinking on this world? Well, this is an easy fix. I suppose at this point here I should be looking for... New developments in tech cooling regularly surface, improving the stability and efficiency of our weapon systems, keeping them from blowing up the ships on which they are mounted. So we will give you energy weapon damage, I think. So what I'm going to be doing right now is I'm going to go on a little bit of a hunt for any planets
research concluded.
That have farming resources I can take advantage of. Additional layers of armor plating within the structure itself improves the resiliency of the military station. Defense platform damage, why not? I'm assuming that this job will be filled. So we'll be up to 48 after... No, actually, we're still at 47, so probably need to do 2 of these right away. I'm assuming this will just deal with the unemployment. And again, I need to maybe reconsider the choice that I've made here.
Ship upgrades applied.
Oh boy, what do I want to do with you? So we've got 5 jobs available, so I actually really don't need to worry so much about... Oh, well, here's the first thing I can do. We're going to make you a farming world, so food processing facilities... So that's a step in the right direction. Again, it's not just... it's not that I want to... it's not just that I want to have a food surplus that's not generated through
completed.
Purchases. I want to make sure that I have a food surplus. Sorry, I don't want to just match what I need. Oh, well, that's what I get for saying that I didn't need to worry about empire sprawl. So let's go back to these bureaucratic centers. I think at this point all hands on deck in the... Okay, so clearly any thinking I was making about saying that we didn't need more bureaucratic centers was pure nonsense. I need to keep those things up and running and moving forward. So improved fleet management procedures will free up the resources needed to maintain a bigger fleet. So that's another 20. Again, I've been ignoring a whole bunch of fleet purchases I should be making on Mavel, but we'll worry about that when the time comes. Let's start with the... now I'm going to go for the crops. I kind of need to get that dealt with. All right, major military sanctions. That's good. That means more power for me as far as I'm concerned. I'm not quite at a point where I want to spend influence on bringing measures to the floor, so I'll leave that be for now. All right, so Glagluff needs specialists. Well, that I can arrange. I am also somewhat inclined to... I know this is overcompensating, but I'm somewhat inclined to take conquered planets and turn them into agricultural worlds, simply because I'm not going to miss... I'm not really going to miss the resources, or I'm not really going to miss the energy that I didn't have before. Oops. Okay, I'm always happy for Shapa, because I believe Shapa shed exotic crystals, which is a really nice little bonus. Alright, so specialists galore. Yeah, that's a tricky one to deal with, actually. Let's start with Cater Prime. Sayak is ready for more forges. So I'm a little suspicious of my choice to go all... Oh, you know what? The reason why I went all city district is because I want to do the archaeology project on it. Okay, so with that in mind, we've got an alloy foundry, which is going to give me 2 jobs. I've got 1 available already, so that's 3. I need 2 more, which means that I do at least 1 upgrade here. This is clearly a much more sensible way to manage my... This is a much more sensible way to manage my my employment, rather than just building everything out at the start. And if you can bear with me a second here, I suspect that I'm sort of bleeding out some of the views just because I'm particularly slow on this one, but I would like a very brief second. I'm going to see if I can bring up the Twitch app and see if I can maybe find a little bit of chat that was going on. Again, I'm slightly, now that I know the problem is coming up. Okay, so I see that. This will hopefully give me a little bit of a clearer view on what's happening in chat. Okay, same idea with Mavel. I mean, this is, in terms of sessions,
Research
this
concluded.
is really a kind of the breather between the wars right now. But I am hoping that we'll wind up in a fairly good position when the time comes. Perfecting the firing cadence of laser weaponry is a task that could keep the engineering elite of any given planet busy for centuries. Let's say you get shield harmonics, and you cross-linking weapon systems to fire staggered volleys improves the actual damage output of military stations over time. And again, only a couple of options here. Planetary build speed is something that I kind of need right now, but... Oh, I've never watched the show, so I don't have opinion. I'm hoping Torn Apart indicates good things. All right, so we were short on space, but otherwise okay. We have 5 jobs available. I don't think I settled on what I wanted to do with this world. So I'm going to make it refined like an idiot. I think I can work with that, though. Again, another example of a world where so the best thing I can do for these kinds of worlds is just arrange for 5, maybe not even 5 new jobs, but arrange for enough jobs to get them to the next level. So Ministry of Production is going to give me 1 more administrator. So that brings me up to 68 pops, which have jobs, and then we upgrade one of the forges, and we should be good there. All right. Next up, I need to do a little bit of an audit of my star bases. Again, if I'm over the starbase cap, so I can understand not building new ones. But if I don't have citadels or plans for citadels on all of my bases, that's kind of the shooting offense. All right, the Mutagen Merchant Guild. The years just fly by, don't they? Post-meta Jomar. It has now been 10 years since we've arranged for a trade deal for rare crystals. Do you wish to extend the deal for another decade? Yes, so let's continue this deal. So we'll still buy the 5. Technically, I have a surplus right now, so I don't need these 5, but I am, like... That's just an indication of mismanagement of resources. I wanna try and balance these out. So we'll say our goodbyes. Galactic community. There is a measure that needs my attention. So the Tianki Conservation Act. The Tianki are a unique form of spacefaring life, and they must be protected from those who would do them harm.
Ship upgrades applied.
Support. So we will make sure that killing Tianki is now forbidden. Okay. The core is sitting idle without upgrade orders. Oh god, I completely forgot about, okay, scientific revolution. Right, so this was a truly astonishing little revelation for me. I generate 2,000 Unity, so the numbers on these just make me so happy. If you take a look at ambitions, so I have unlocked all of my traditions. At this point here, Unity is just getting me bonuses. So in practical terms, what does this mean? Well, I'm generating I'm undervaluing my monthly gain, but let's just maybe what I want to do here is I want to say, well, if this gives me 15 years of like bonuses, what is this practically going to mean in terms of maintenance? Like, how many of these things am I able to have turned on without actually running at a loss? So if these things cost So these things last for 15 years. So first thing you need to do is convert it into months. So that's basically 180. I think that's right? 12 times 15 is 180? I guess I can use a calculator to... Yeah, 180. So with that in mind, what you do then is you then say, okay, so these things each cost 38,740, and then you divide that by the 180. So you say you need 215.22. So maybe let's even round even more aggressively and just say that it's 216 per month for each of these things, right? So then if you take your 2,000 and you divide that by 216, that means I can have 9 edicts running at any given time. Well, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I could actually enable every single one of these. And by the end of the 15-year period, every single one of these, I will still have more unity than when I started. That is so fantastic. So let's just double check that I can actually get away with this. So a brief yet highly productive golden age. So definitely research. Desperate measures. The cornered animal is indeed the most dangerous, as our enemies will soon find out. No effort must be spared in our continued survival. So ship build speed in a defensive war plus 100%. Home territory fire rate plus 40%. We're almost certainly never going to need this, but our frontiers shall be an unassailable line, and they will convey a clear message to our most ambitious neighbors. This far, no further. Starbase upgrade speed plus 100%. Defense platform build speed plus 100%. This I actually might get some use of. Architectural renaissance. It is construction on a scale that previous generations could only dream of. Megastructures may well become the true legacy of our civilization. Megastructure build speed plus 50%. I should have done that a lot sooner. So let's get that right away. Hearts and minds. A concentrated propaganda effort to make the populace understand the merits of their government's position. Ultimately, it is for their own good. Plus 100% to governing ethics attraction, plus 100% to ethics shift chance. So this is going to get a little more consolidation. This is actually a really good one for me because this should hopefully translate into some additional influence for me as some of these more fragmented factions go away. Omnifarious acquisition. Everything that can be spread will be recycled, and spared will be recycled and used. Our ambitions require all resources we can possibly find. So 33% bonus to minerals. A grand fleet. Our galactic ambitions require that the construction of a grand fleet must be our primary goal, plus 20% to naval capacity and a reduction to ship upkeep. That's great because that will mean I have more assets to put towards the construction of said fleets. And finally, ambition will to power. As power is simply the ability to impose one's will on others, the will to power is a self-fulfilling prophecy. So 5 influence a month, again, something I should have been considering a lot sooner, given the fact that every once in a while I like to push this button and I say, I am on the Menjusana shopping channel. I think I'm going to take a Ryador, and I'm going to take Santadar, and I'm going to make claims on them. Alright, that was exciting. We are still, by the way, at 86,000 stored Unity. There is nothing else we can spend Unity on so far as I can tell. Alright, Takavan. What do I want to do with you? I need to come up with 4 jobs for these folks. This is going to be one of the rare cases where I actually go for energy over farms. So that's going to be 3 jobs taken care of now. I might as well get it out of the way now. Let's do a galactic stock exchange. So we're up to 4, and then we'll give them an extra district. So that's 5. You know what? Let's skip the district. Let's give them a farm instead. Sol Prime. So this is a tech world. We have converted Earth from a tomb world. It's now Delightful Ocean, so I'm happy about that. I believe there is the Ancient Particle Accelerator is what gives me some science bonuses here, so I do want to continue focusing on that. So we got the research labs down. I suppose we should start growing food on Earth again too. So that's going to be 2 researcher jobs, and we'll have 1 surplus from the agriculture. That'll take us to our next upgrade on Sol. Vanico also has an available spot, and as it turns out, we do need more bureaucracy. So in this particular case, I will take I'll build a new administrative office, and I'm going to replace one of the energy generators with a city district. And Diadem is still short on staff. I'm really trying to think of where I might want to put these specialists, or if I just want them to rot. I have not found a good way of handling this yet, but what I'm going to... Oh, here's an interesting question, actually. So if I do resettle... Yeah, it just gives a raw unemployment number. Okay. I'm going to take a look at the... Yeah, so I got to look at the planets and see if any of them have available specialist jobs. This is probably going to be a little tedious, but... So, I mean, I can just let these guys decay into a lesser role, but if I've got specialists, ideally I will use them. This is one of the reasons why I don't like shifting from a given plan. When that sort of stuff happens, I usually wind up with unemployment problems because I have shifted from a specialized good into a raw good. And that means that I wind up with specialists who are unemployed and there really isn't any position available for them. Man, look at that species list. That's pretty crazy. Yep, sadly we're just in a situation where lots of jobs available, just not the types of jobs we want people doing. You know, we got a bunch of science jobs, but we need people working in agriculture. Yeah, it's a shame, but I think I'll just let nature take its course on Diadem. No point in stressing out about it too much. I am looking forward to the month ticking over and seeing what happens to some of these numbers. I also think the time has come. Looks like all of my upgrades... Oh, no, sorry, there's one more batch of upgrades that I can do.
Knowledge is the key to the universe.
Transgenic crops offer nutritional elements of several standard food crops in one convenient package. So I can go for the admin cap, which is kind of tempting. Can go for a bonus to the edict duration, but I think I'll leave that be for now. Yeah, let's go for the admin cap, just because that's hurting my science right now. So
construction completed.
I'm going to cut the purchase in half now that we're up to the triple digits. Okay, VMAS is done. Again, I'm just looking for the candidates that don't have the little dot yet. This guy doesn't have anything in his modules yet. That's a little embarrassing, but... Again, the priority was to get everything up to Citadels, and then after that we can do the proper sets of upgrades. In the meantime, it looks like my first batch of patrols are finishing up, so... Not quite having the effects that I wanted. What I think will be interesting to look at is... current piracy is 108. So I'm wondering if it's just because these things aren't strong enough. At which point I kind of need to... I think I'll take my max piracy as my guideline and just build so many more corvettes. But I need to get rid of some consumer goods, so let's get rid of 10,000. So that was about 7,000 that I gained. Let's see if I can buy some alloy. It's not great, but I'll live with it. And with that in mind, I'm going to build something like the core. So this will mean, let's make the ocean the templates. That's going to mean 7 battleships. That's going to take a while to build, so let's get that. Is this really Mavel? Yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No reason to be cheap. 7. After that, we'll do a cruiser. Okay, so I got 2 cruisers. The ultimate number is going to be 11 cruisers. So we'll kind of continue along these lines for the next little bit. That is indeed 11 influence per turn we're generating. That is an exciting number. $23.90. Good point, Glager. So getting close in 1.5 months. Or did I get that right? Yeah, 1.5 months. Actually, 1 month now. We are at the 100-year mark. And that point, like, so when I'm starting to think along the lines of like
Research
100
concluded.
years, this means that I practically have about maybe 5 more wars with the Menjusana. Let's take a look. Extraction patterns 3, so minerals from jobs plus 5%. Again, it's not that I need the minerals, although we have been running short the last little while. But actually, you know what? There's a side of me that says, is this really going to cost me that much if I just build these guys up to capacity? Like, let's take a look at what their actual effect on piracy is. So they're at 112. This is at 111. That number is going up even though they're present. I guess it doesn't really give a delta, does it? Well, I mean, this one's been dealt with. Oh, hello. Synth leader out of commission. Scientist Agifer has suffered a critical malfunction, rendering the society research effort leaderless. All right. Every once in a while, you do actually lose your robot. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to find one of my science ship commanders. No geniuses, huh? But all right. I'm actually going to get away with a couple of things here. Let's recruit a new scientist. If I wanted, actually, you know what? Let's see what the curators offer, because I've got stupid amounts of money, so let's have a quick chat with the curator. Could we recruit one of your scientists? We are willing to pledge the services of one of our most brilliant scientists to your cause. This is not an offer that we make to just anyone, you understand. A suitable donation will be necessary before traveling arrangements can be made, so that's going to cost us a mere 1,000. Excellent, you will now have unfettered access to one of the greatest minds of our time. So this guy is unfortunately going to be rather mortal. But I have an idea for training my next science leader. Yes, okay, so let me shift that around. This is Kix the Brilliant. And then I'm going to build a dedicated science ship for a very special event, which we probably won't get to today. But I think some of you know what's about to come up. Actually, I got to think about the best place to... So Mavel's already occupied. Mike, that's kind of far away, but... Actually, no, it's not that far away. So let's get them to build a science ship. Chalky will probably ignore this and claim that your chat is playing up, but I think if you click the buttons, it seems to make the game do things. Sorry guys, I'm getting some static, some interruption with what's happening on my screen here. Romthom, 98th of his name. Thank you very much for the follow. Not enough room, missing 12. So missing 12. That
Construction
doesn't make sense.
completed.
Oh, we're
Ship
already
upgrades
Okay.
applied.
How are you doing tonight? Oh my god, we've actually finished the
Construction
upgrade
completed.
cycle. My god.
Construction completed. Construction completed.
It's all coming due. All right. So shield harmonics 9, shield hit points plus 5%. The basic mechanics of ship shields are complex, but they can be adjusted and improved in a multitude of ways. So the cheapest one is energy credits. Again, I want to try and just push the end. Just found this place. Well, welcome. I'm assuming that you like Stellaris, or alternatively you like No Virtue, or one of the people hosting the channel, and decided to stop by. Did you just recently get into Stellaris, or have you been a fan and you were just browsing Twitch as one does? All right, administrative capacity is up. Restructuring the managerial web linking core worlds to the capital can help alleviate the administrative stressors and information choke points that frequently arise within a budding empire. We're back in the black for our administrative, but I want to make sure that we keep ahead of the curve on that. A bonus to edict duration is just silly, given the fact that our unity is already stupefyingly large. In fact, there's really no point for me building any more of those unity buildings at this point. Army damage, army health, edict duration, or leader lifespan. Let's do leader lifespan. Big fan of Stellaris. Excellent. Did you start when the game first came out, or what DLC did you start playing at if you didn't start at the very beginning? This is also not a gatekeeper-y thing. I'm actually genuinely curious what got people into the game. For my own experience, I started with Crusader Kings on stream, and oh my god, we have so much unemployment. Crusader Kings was sort of my gateway drug for Paradox games, but I'm noticing that Stellaris is a lot of people's very first game. Oh, a year ago, so that was the Apocalypse, maybe? I know it's hard to measure. It's maybe better to use patch names and whatnot, but yeah, it's good. This is one of the things that I've really enjoyed the most about Stellaris is that, and this is true for any of the Paradox games, like there's a fair amount of criticism, and some of it's fair. I mean, in the end, I think people should be able to explain what their priorities are, and why something is or isn't working for them. But I know the DLC model is something that sometimes can be a pain point for people trying to get into these games. But what I've found is I've gone from the being very annoyed by that in Crusader Kings to sort of seeing how it has made Stellaris be a better game. I loved Stellaris when it first came out, but if you actually revert the game to version 1.0, you can see how far we have come. And, finally, I think the difference is that I was annoyed by the practice in Crusader Kings because I joined Crusader Kings probably about halfway to 3/4 of the way through its lifetime. And so there was this big stack of DLC that I was looking at. I'm like, my god, what is going on in this game? Whereas with Stellaris, I've been there from the very beginning. And so, I've seen exactly what gets added at each step. And so it's made me be a little more sanguine about the practice. So it's been neat to see the game develop. Awesome game, Crusader Kings, but addicted to Stellaris. Yeah, it's a really good one. I am looking forward to Crusader Kings 3 because I think they'll take a lot of the UI lessons from Stellaris. I think Stellaris probably has the best user interface out of any of the Paradox games, and I think they're going to take a lot of the lessons from that and ultimately make a better game. As a result of it. Okay, so we've got ridiculous unemployment here. Also, hello, the Eyes of Sin. How are you doing? I'm always happy to see you here. I'm going to let these guys jump the queue a little bit because these are all specialist jobs, so I'm going to be able to make a little bit more use out of them over here. Less of an argument to be made on Bleg, though. Bleg doesn't have unemployment related to specialization. I mean, I could create it by moving people in. Yeah, I think I'll let nature take its courses before. For those of you who are not familiar with her, the Eyes of Sin is a very dear friend of the streams, a very dear friend of mine, if I am permitted to say so. She is the one responsible for these lovely emotes here. I realize I'm talking up my own book when I say these are lovely emotes, but I think she did a really fantastic job with them. And I do like reminding people that she is open for commissions. I don't know if her new microphone is set up, but I also happen to know that she does voice acting. For those of you who might have checked out the Horizon Zero Dawn Kickstarter, she did the voiceover for that Kickstarter campaign and did an incredibly good job of it, if you don't mind me saying. So yes, a very admirable person and someone I really like being able to shout out and sort of draw people's attention to her work. You can actually find her on a Ko-fi page. She's also available at Twitter, twitter.com/Eyes of Sin. But I think probably because my most direct benefit from her has been as a streamer. As someone who is able to sort of produce videos and give people a little bit more interaction. I'll be honest with you, I don't know how many people subscribe just because of the emotes. But I know emotes were something that people were asking for a while, and I know that people are asking for new emotes as well, because I've kind of been sitting on those. But I think it's very fair to say that the Eyes of Sin has contributed quite a bit to this channel in the form of our art. You've arrived in time for an Eyes of Sin shout out. Indeed, and actually it also gives me a chance here to shout out Valiant Cheese. So Valiant Cheese is a game developer. We actually collaborated on a project which was released not too long ago called Supply Point. But for those of you who haven't checked out his stuff, I'd probably recommend, if you click on that link, you'll be able to see some of his game design videos. But probably his claim to fame right now is a game called Hive Time, which is a remarkably charming... my god, we do not have any Meta Jomar admirals. I think I will go for the long-lived gentleman. But yes, Hive Time was a remarkably charming city builder, a sim city for bees. And that's recently just gotten a big update, which I would encourage you guys to check out. It's sort of a pay what you... I don't know if pay what you want is the right term, or a suggested donation. It's kind of... I'd put it to you this way. It's like a museum. If it's really at the point where you're sort of deciding whether or not you could, like... Life was not always like this for me, but I am fortunate enough now that I am at the stage of my life where, shutdowns notwithstanding, I could go to a coffee shop and I'm not really thinking about buying a coffee as opposed to, making one at home. That is something... I'm in a financial position now where that does not represent that's not something that I think about, right? And so someone like me, if there's a gallery and it's like suggested donation, because I'm at that point, I really should not be walking by that sign and not putting money in, right? That's kind of not cool. But likewise, I think, I can remember when, I wasn't in school all that long ago. Sorry, it's not that I wasn't, I shouldn't double negative it. It's been a couple of years now, but like the student time, and in Vancouver no less, which is a really expensive city, that's not that far away in memory. And so with that in mind, I can also say that, oh crap. Oh no, we have enough. Okay, so yeah, we're cranking out, what is my lowest? It's actually exotic gases that I'm shortest on. How do I feel about that? I think I'm still going to go for crystals. Anyways, what I was trying to say with this is that clearly my cultural experience and my learning is going to be enhanced by things like galleries, and there shouldn't be something to prevent my attending them. And that happens to be how Valiant Cheese has priced his latest full game called Hive Time. Full game might be the wrong term for it, but Valiant Cheese's latest offering, for which you can pay money, is Hive Time, and if you are in a position like mine, it is very affordable at its existing price. And if you are more like me when I was a student, the game, you can play the game without cost, although obviously I strongly recommend supporting the stuff that you're interested in. That was a really, really tangled way of saying that it's a pay what you want game. But oh, it was grad school, Rom. It's not like I'm not like fresh out of high school or anything like that. It's not like Frostpunk, Uncle Cranky. You don't need to. I mean, for you, I would say, oh, this is interesting. I would say, as I'm always fond of telling people, like, keep the expectations lower, and that way, you know, I only hear, like, storms of praise and whatnot, but yeah, I don't know. I hope you like it. I'm just out of kindergarten. Zydran free traders vanquished from an ancient. Right. So let's see what happened here. Oh, the Stellar Devourer. Oh no! Did I think I was gonna send a fleet to take that thing out too.
Research concluded.
Yeah, I've really been messing up on some of my priorities. Yeah, I would also say Valiant Cheese, while we were figuring out tags, I insisted on the inclusion of the casual tag, and he was all like, "No, we need the Dark Souls crowd. Dark Souls made X dollars, and we're making like little Dark Souls, so we're gonna take like X dollars and get like 20% of that, but that's still like a lot of money." We're still working on infinite monetization though. The AI, the AI have taken out like 4 Leviathans in this one. Anyways, extraction patterns number 3, minerals jobs plus 5%. Changes in how mineral deposits are evaluated relative to each other lead to more efficient boring patterns. Everyone knows video games are a get-rich-quick scheme, Uncle Cranky. Didn't you know? It's a multi-billion-dollar industry, and you just download a copy of Unity or Godot or Unreal if you want to get like really fancy, and just slap it together over a weekend, put it on Steam, and you're set. Okay, so I can go for damage or attack speed. So one of the reasons I like doing the attack speed for the energy weapons is because of the tachyon lances and whatnot, which have a fairly long recharge. In the end, calculating damage per second, the D or the S is, going to help you as far as the overall damage is concerned. I think in this particular case here, now, you know what? I do tend to like speed. Maybe what I'll do instead, though, because I've got these other percent bonuses for the strike craft, and it's a 10%. I think I'm actually going to focus on the strike craft. So heat recyclers 4. Yes, I was gonna say one of the things I really like about the occasional phone or voice conversation I have with people will be when I say something really outrageous and then I get to hear over the other end is like, I can hear you smiling. So I tend not to think that I need to like signpost, okay, everybody, just joking. It'd be kind of me like saying is like, oh my god, it turns out that the commercial forum will give another plus 25% to my branch value. Oh god, I'm System Shock's neighbor, and his head just exploded. This game is dangerous, be careful. And then like I wait 15 seconds, and then I'm like, okay guys, it's me. My head really didn't explode. That would be really terrible. But I also sometimes recognize that the wider an audience is, the lower the bar I should set for people understanding sarcasm. So yes, if there were to be, between Valiant Cheese and I, if one of us were to be a money-grubbing capitalist that wants to suck you dry for every last penny that you have, it is me, not Cheese. So Cheese is from Australia and a thoroughly decent individual. Anyways, that little bit of community theater out of the way. I'm trying to decide whether or not I want to do more consumer goods as I've done before, or if I should consider doubling down on the corporate embassy. Let's take a look at how well, I've obviously made my choice there, but so we're sitting at 22,830. Oh, I'm so close! I'm just, it's within my grasp. So yeah, basically, I do want to get strongest succession type. I'm so close. The thing is that everyone is opposed to this one. I'm a little curious why it cannot change the succession type while at war. Okay. And like either I need to grow my economic power enough that I don't care about these guys' votes, or alternatively, I need to kick someone, or I need to get at least one person on side to the strongest. Anyways, let's carry on. I'm really happy to see this influence growing. Let's say sidearm. Still waiting for this war to finish. They are at 85. So this is an offensive war. So it actually looks like they're slightly pulling ahead. I'm assuming this is probably going to settle status quo, which means that they lose all of this territory. Speaking of, where are the free trader? Oh, Jesus Christ. All right. It's going to be unpleasant. In Belgium, it's 4 a.m. Time to go to bed. Good to discover this channel tonight. See you. Yeah, Rom-Tom, I don't normally do goofy acts like that. I will understand if I never see you again. I'm actually kind of close to my finishing time. I'll try and go a little bit over, but I have a recording that I need to do tonight. But thank you very much for stopping by. It was a pleasure getting to know you, and I hope I get a chance to see you again. All right, Cooperative of Menjusana has stopped guaranteeing the independence. All right, so this is a chance for me to swoop in. Why can I not guarantee their... It might be because they are at war, but that didn't seem to hurt them last time. So I'll unpause for a day and just see how that works. Declare rivalry, migration treaty, associate, subsidiary status asked to be interim. Okay, we'll see what happens when the month turns over.
Construction completed.
Yeah, so for one reason or another, I'm not allowed to guarantee the independence of these folks. Alright, so I think actually in this case, knowing how close I am to achieving my goal, I think I'm going to try and push a little harder. Let's just make sure that all of my citadels are done. Looks like we still got a couple more to clear out. Again, I also need to fill them up with weapons of war, but that's a secondary consideration. Wow, those battleships got finished really quickly. Okay, so we are ready for, I think it was 20 cruisers. That sounds about right. Where are we? It was 11 cruisers, 20 destroyers. So 9 more. I think that's 11, but I got it 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh wait, I've got 7. I've got 4 shipyards, 7 in the queue. We're good. And then a brace of destroyers for now. Again, I need to reconfigure my navies because I've got basically 40 more. I've got space. I've got space for 40 power worth of ships, which I haven't really touched yet. But I'm trying to deal with this one time. Hello! That sucks. Alright, unemployment and poverty are spreading at an alarming rate on Gagush. This sorry state of affairs is being exploited by local crime organizations who find themselves awash in both easy marks and desperate recruits. As a temporary solution, we could increase the unemployment benefits on the planet. It will not be cheap, but it would provide additional time to seek a more permanent solution. Such as creating more jobs or improving the living standards of the affected population groups. We could do nothing, but this would likely result in the formation of a significant criminal underworld on Gagush. So consumer goods upkeep goes up by 2, or a few criminals is no concern. In this case, we will definitely institute the increased benefits. I have a little bit that I can do to sort of help with the specialist unemployment by
Research concluded.
Boosting up the alloy foundries, but really at this point we just need to properly digest the specialists. Major improvements in the transmission efficiency adds up to sizable reduction in overall energy loss. As I was saying, I tend to do attack speed first on energy weapons because of the tachyon beams. I'll actually show that on my ships in a little bit. And then we've got cell revitalization 5. Regimens of periodic cell revitalization treatments keep the leader class spry and active beyond traditionally expected lifespans. That's particularly important because of our curator, who does have a finite lifespan. Alright, so I could go for the admin cap, but that's a little more expensive than I want. I think edict duration, even though for the Unity-based ones, is actually not really that important to me. Some of the others have a little more use. So what I'm thinking of particularly here is our education campaign, recycling campaign.
Construction completed.
What did you do? Right, we were upgrading them to a citadel. So we're generally making good progress as far as our station upgrades are concerned. Here we go. All right, this is going to get exciting. Powerful communication arrays have been added to the Strategic Coordination Center, enabling our strategists to issue orders to our ships throughout the galaxy. These state-of-the-art arrays are powerful enough to burn through any possible jamming and The quantum entangled signal is utterly unhackable. Nope. We still need to finish one last stop. So, Strategic Coordination Center, with the final edition of Detached Hostile Force Simulation Bastions, the Strategic Coordination Center is the definitive megalith of national security and military planning. So this will cost me 75 energy a month, but it will give me very powerful bonuses. So I've got to be careful about this. I don't want to bankrupt myself for this project. Yeah, I'm gonna go a little deeper in. But this is the point. I kind of just need to sit and wait. They should have planned this out a little bit better, but we're looking for 15,000 alloys. Actually, one thing I can do is earn a little bit of money. That didn't do much. All right, the Artisan Troop. Esteemed Chairman Tulanga, a decade ago, Jomar Limited pledged to support the Artisan Troop, and so you have. The time of your patronage is coming to an end, but we would be remiss not to ask, would you care to renew your subscription to the finest arts and crafts in the galaxy? It's a deal. Just to give you an idea of the state of things in the Galactic Council, Menjusana is our closest rival. We exceed their power by 21,000. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have a harder time becoming the like I am in my Federation, something that has this overwhelming force. It is maybe worth mentioning here. So the actual number that I need to achieve to really force my will is a bit more than I was letting on. Let's specifically calculate how much more I need to improve by. So 23,038. So you've got 15,494. We subtract the 10,103. So right now I just need 559 economic power. That's really a rounding error at this point. But with the Econo-Citizen Alliance, they've got 3967 that they're contributing, and then their basically their vassal is 1132. Oh crap. Sorry. I added when I should have subtracted. So their combined power is 15,202. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. I gotta add the Raxar. Yeah, 28,696. So the specific target I am looking for is 5,659. So we're still a ways off on that. Although, as you know, the other way that you could sort of express this to say how realistic is it for me to get that kind of power? I mean, it's 25% of my existing economic power. Is that a hard number to achieve? Yes. It's a tricky one. Also, I really need to deal with this loss. You know, maybe we need to reassign an envoy. We don't need to cozy up to the Ilkahan anymore. I don't know if that changes. I'm assuming that doesn't change my economic power. Yeah, so, you know, boosting my economy by 25%, that is not easy. Minor economic sanctions. Yep, I am totally fine with that, and it looks like the Galactic Council is fine with that too. Oh, nope, they changed. Yeah, so it's one of these ones where it's like I sort of feel like it's achievable. We still have a lot of runway as far as a lot of the what's the right way for me to put this? I feel like there's some runway
to the universe.
In terms of I just need to decide whether I want, you know what, I think I'm going to do tech. Again, I sort of question my overall the overall sort of structure of the choices I made here, but I think I'll live with what I've got. Circulating excess heat from the weapon's discharge in order to pry munitions as they are loaded increases the rate of fire for strike craft weaponry. So here we'll say survivability again. Armor. Okay. So sorry, where is it saying? So where do I get the extra 25 economy from? Well, number one, I've got a whole bunch of jobs that are still not actually being fulfilled. In this case, I'm gonna jump in hard on Wileus, just so I can sort of say that job's done. So that's 2 jobs, 3, 4, 5. Alright, so Wileus has got a surplus of 6. Diadem's still waiting for 1 more specialist to get out. Actually, this is going to be interesting. So we're just 1 job short. I feel okay upgrading this. Again, I don't exactly need more unity right now, but I can live with inefficiency. We're still short on money, so the end of the Calaxanan League. Star Nation, formerly known as the Calaxanan League, has been destroyed by its enemies. How this will affect the political climate of the galaxy remains to be seen. I feel like I'm missing something. I guess that maybe this means that the Econo gobbled them up? Looks like it. Of course, we got the refugees, so that's good news for us. And it looks like it's the Neberites who made that happen. Are they still at war? They are not. It didn't tell us. We must be at peace. Damn it! Alright, I'm really hoping that these guys don't wind up... I'm really hoping these guys don't wind up in a subsidiary somewhere. Alright,
construction
this
completed.
is a hard one for me to decide what to do.
Construction completed.
I suppose... We've already got 2 commercial zones, so it feels a little excessive for me to put another one down. So I really need to find 2. Well, is it though? So if I put down a commercial zone, that's going to take me up to a total... That's going to take me up to the 75. Nope, I think we can justify that. I am, however, going to need to convert one of these into a city district. And the Zydran have decided to... These guys we're just at war with these guys. They've decided to defend them. We can still offer them subsidiary status, but we do need the war to finish. And this is the thing I was dreading when this war started. To be perfectly frank, I would be quite happy if they white peaced out. Alternatively, I suppose under laws, I could try... Oh, separate treaties are allowed. Federation members are allowed to sign diplomatic agreements with empires outside the Federation. That's probably not for peace, though. I think I'm misreading that. Alright, I think I'm just gonna have to sit and hope that things don't go too crazy. In the meantime... Okay, so Wileus has got 3 jobs that need to be filled, so I'll get that sorted right away. Now, Meneth has got workers to move over. What is the next big source of jobs that I need filled? Belazir 2 looks like it could use some, so we'll move these guys. Alright, so that's taken that care of that. We're still... Actually, I could be doing better for minerals. So I was going to do sort of a little bit of an audit of my my worlds and see if I can get some easy upgrades for those corporate monuments. But what I think I'm going to do instead, we've got one job here, so I'll upgrade this forge.
Research concluded.
Edict duration 10%. More aggressive information campaigns to improve the populace's receptiveness to edicts. Looks like I'm stuck with my military choices, so we'll start with survivability and then we'll move on to others. And I think what we'll do... So I still need to wait for the appropriate number of alloys. I'm not quite in a position where I can buy them yet. To get 15,000, so I'm waiting probably about half a year. While I wait, so the thing that makes me a little anxious about that is they count as inferior, so I can actually offer them subsidiary status. Ooh, this is exciting. Okay, so I don't need to make claims on their worlds anymore. Now that they count as inferior, the next war that we're going to be doing is a war of subjugation, which will turn them into my vassal. And the great news about that is that I think that might mean that they have to vote the way that I do inside of the Federation. If they don't, that will make me very sad. But next up, so here's one of the things that is super cool about Ecumenopolises. Ecumenopoli. Okay, first of all, there's no reason why this research complex shouldn't be upgraded, so shame on me, and let's get that out of the way too. But basically, when you build one of these arcologies, so this one is a foundry arcology, it'll give me 10 metallurgist jobs. So if I want to really boost my my alloy production, I build a foundry arcology. Now it's 900 minerals and it's 45 motes, and I need to pay 2 motes to maintain it. It's not perfect, but it's pretty great. We also have an industrial one, so if I wanted to do that with consumer goods, I can do that. And then there's the leisure arcology that takes exotic gases and it provides consumer goods, unity, and amenities. Clearly, this is going to be like Walea's Prime is like my new favorite because I've got ridiculous numbers of research stations which are getting a bonus to production. If you want to see exactly how that bonus works, you can click on your researcher. You can take a look at their production. Or you know what, maybe it doesn't say it on here. Anyways, I do know that an Ecumenopolis should be giving you a bonus to research. Unless I'm completely... I think it's like a straight 15% that it gives you. Yeah, sorry, 20%. It's right there under Ecum. I just have so many bonuses. So Empire, I've got at least 100% bonus from that. I've got a research center, which gives me a 15% to that bonus. The Ecumenopolis gives me a 20% bonus. The governor gives a 26% bonus. The high stability gives almost 20% there. It has a strong magnetic field, which is limited to that planet alone. And then I've got a very good scientist sort of reinforcing the science. So where the base production for science on this planet is 4, they're generating over 3 times that much due to those bonuses. So anyways, with that song and dance out of the way, basically this world is producing the 2 things that I need to be very good at war. They're producing technology, and they are producing the means to develop that technology. And that makes me happy. For now, though, I want to take that worker and put them to more productive use. Where is the next planet with the largest gap? All right. Gladif. Okay, Belazir, I think we're in a familiar dilemma. At this point, I think I might actually be running out of moats now that I know I need to pay 2 every time I build a new arcology, so let's focus on that for the next little bit. So I feel comfortable doing this because I know I'm going to be able to get to the 65 slot. I may, however, need to upgrade my Commerce Megaplex. We'll see. Idra Secundus is short on
Ship upgrades applied.
cities, so we'll go to the city district. Pretty much every... Oh, no, crap. Don't do that. Stop that. I need to hold off on upgrading my ships until until I start building the mega structure. Again, we're still digesting our specialists, but we seem to be in good shape otherwise. Lots of open jobs on this planet here, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to build the main research labs and sort of forget it. Well, these guys are obviously going to be getting alloys. They've got
Research
one job.
concluded.
I need 2 more after that, so we'll upgrade one of these. Okay, Flash Coolant 10, energy weapon attack speed. Sorry, I said I was going to show you the effects of this. So new developments in tech cooling regularly surface, improving the stability and efficiency of all of our weapon systems, keeping them from blowing up the ships on which they are mounted. And we can do shields, hit points, attack speed. Let's say we will do energy weapon damage first. And then the armor, compressing suitable materials into ultra-dense forms, is a cheap and efficient way to improve their ability to absorb weapons-grade impacts. So it looks like our cheap options are kinetic weapon damage and speed, strikecraft. I think I'll do the strikecraft damage for the same reasons I went for that last time. And then I think I said I was going to show you how my why I'm such a big kind of a stickler for the energy weapon. The energy weapon attack speed. So we've got the Perdition Beam on my Titan. So this thing does anywhere between 5 to 10,000 damage, and its cooldown is 21.75. So, well, what does 21.75 mean, right? That doesn't really help you if you don't understand if you don't have a reference. So let's take a look at the Corvette with a smaller energy weapon. Now, the Phase Disruptor is admittedly a different kind of weapon, but in this case, its cooldown is 6.10. Now, obviously, if I'm going for reduce the cooldown or increase the attack speed of energy weapons, I'm never gonna get to a point where the Perdition Beam is going to be attacking faster than any of these other beam weapons. But that's not really the point. The thing here right now is that, like, if you were to be given, I don't know, like, let's say you had some kind of like a slot machine or something like that, and you were going to be told, it's like, okay, you can lose a little bit, but you can gain a whole lot. Yeah, so actually, let's put this in practical terms. So, like, let's say the slot machine was something like, okay, so you can earn $10, or you can lose $7, and the probability is weighted. It's evenly weighted. So half of the time you'll get the 10, and half of the time you'll lose the 7. And then you were told, you can pull the lever once. By the way, this is not obviously a clear mapping to the damage. It was like, you can pull the lever once a year. Like, you're at the point now where you're debating whether or not it's worth it to make the trip to that casino, right? The possibility of being up $10, or even like gaming the system, so you're like, okay, well, I sort of know the expected value of this thing over time is going to be infinite money for me. So, I will dutifully show up to pull that slot lever. Clearly, that's not really going to be worth it because you only get to do that once a year, and you're probably going to be really annoyed on the years where the lose 7 comes up. So in this particular case here, right, like I've got, you know, you can do 10,000 damage in one shot. You're like, oh my god, this is the best weapon ever. And you're like, but sometimes it's only going to do half that damage. And you're going to like, okay, well that actually kind of sucks. Or you can do it the other way, where you're like, okay, this thing does $5,000 damage per attack. Oh, cool. But sometimes it does 10,000. And then you're like, oh, that's even better. So obviously framing has something to do with that. But where I'm really getting at with this, like, do I really want to, let's say I stripped away all of the attack speed bonuses that I had, and instead I said, okay, I'm just going to get I'm just going to boost that level, right? I'm going to say, okay, I've got my 5,000. I'm going to add 5% to that each time. Well, that's not necessarily bad, right? 5% of 5,000 is still a fairly high amount of damage, especially when you compare that to, this isn't really a fair comparison, but let's do the small gamma laser. So small gamma laser does like 17 to 46 damage. That's a pretty... It doesn't? Oh, okay, well, so much for that. But I mean, there's other energy weapons that, maybe that's, Perdition isn't the best example there, but I mean, the same idea applies to any of the low cooldown ones that I'm trying to talk about here. When you're trying to say, when you have these energy weapons which have these really wide examples, I'm just going to say the Perdition Beam because it's the most concrete example that I have. A percent-based bonus on a weapon that does 5,000 damage is really good. But if instead what you're trying to do is say you have you've got like a general expectation you want to build for your fleet, it's, in my opinion at least, better to focus on that attack speed, so that when you when you're trying to build your estimates in terms of the performance, you're getting a little bit closer to that average number. And again, in terms of the slot machine, right, where you're potentially losing 7 or gaining 10, if you can make it so that you get to pull that slot, or you get to pull that thing like every second, you're going to be walking out of the casino very happy, because you know that the more you do it, the more you get closer to that average number. I don't think I have any great examples of the weapons that are moving on. I mean, of course, it invites the question, if I don't have these weapons equipped, why am I worrying so much about the bonuses? Oh, well, there was one. But the principle kind of still stays the same. I generally tend to like, all things being equal, I tend to think speed is actually a really nice bonus to work towards, because it will give you... Sorry, I just gotta sort out my employment situation on Earth. Generally what it does is it gives you something closer to your expected damage values, and so it allows you to sort of build better planning. Generally it's a very unpleasant event to wake up and discover that, yes, you've got a kick-ass weapon, but it just so happens you had some really unlucky rolls, and as a result, the battle doesn't go as well as you wanted. All right, well, we've got a hell of a lot more piracy to deal with than before, but that was kind of to be expected because we're cramming all of the wealth that we just gained through one area. Also, the fact of the matter is my patrols aren't doing much, which isn't so much of a surprise. I have, however, committed to not actually spend any alloys on anything. All right, well, I am half an hour over, so what I think I'm going to do is I'm actually going to do the opposite of what I normally do at the for the stream. So normally I just give myself a bunch of stuff to work through. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to do one last run on all of my I'm going to do one last run on my unemployment. I'm going to basically set myself up for an earlier start next week. I screwed up already. I guess we can do the upgrade here. The thing is, I don't actually really need the Unity, but the trade value and all of that is nice too. So, but yeah, what I'll do is I'll do kind of one last pass for my my unemployment. I'll make sure that everything is in place for next week. And then I need to get tomorrow's video recorded. There's going to be a small problem. Thank you very much for the subscription, Dodge Viper GT. And I believe that is the 1/2... I think that's the 1/2 year mark for you. But yeah, what I think I'm going to do here is all of the worlds should be in place. The other thing, I mean, this is one of the reasons why we neglected food for so long. It takes a while to do the growth. 3 months till the Twitch bit. You know, I've never really... I get why people say... Twitch baby. I've never found that a particularly endearing term. Alright, I'll admit I'm a little mystified about Mavel. It might be that something changed and we're finally not allowed to spend food on growth anymore. Which is kind of a shame, but makes complete sense. But I remember way back when we had a huge stock of food, we used to drop that on worlds to try and help the growth rate. Okay, let's see if Bleg, because Bleg we took from the other team. Alright, so it looks like I can't use that food, so let's just take a quick second here. I don't think there are any edicts that use food, but we can... yeah. We'll leave that be then. So, seems to me the best use is to just dump it on the market. 2,500 isn't anything to write home about as far as alloys, but let's just see if there's any other upgrades I can give to my stations. Okay, Landine was the last one that needed to become a citadel. I'm feeling good about that. Great, okay. So I think what I can do instead, I didn't exactly need to buy the alloys for it, but I was going to buy alloys anyway. I can get everybody back on an upgrade pattern. And then on Mavel, we can get them to focus on building new... crap. 2 destroyers, I need 18 more, so... Alright, 10 more destroyers. I would have to say so. I mean, I know there's been a new update since we started playing this run, but that's fine. I mean, again, for a robot pop, it completely makes sense not to use food that way. I didn't want to be in a deficit, and it's nice to have my energy credits not dedicated towards buying new ones. But clearly, we've overcompensated now, so. With that in mind, I mean, in terms of future steps and whatnot, some things that I'm unhappy with the configuration of the Empire for, like I said, a huge surplus of consumer goods doesn't really get me that much. I'm sure there are differing opinions about how useful the bonuses from, spreading the bling are, but even with that in mind, like we can we can run that event on all of our worlds, and we're still generating enough that we wind up back at the cap, and we wind up needing to sell it. Likewise, food. I mean, the ideal would have been to generate enough that we can do the additional growth on every planet, but not enough that we generate really any more of a surplus. In fact, at this point with Unity, we're clearly generating enough Unity that we can activate every single one of those edicts and still be ahead. Like our Unity number is just going to keep going higher and higher and higher, and we can't find enough things to spend it on. But that's fine because we actually get some really nice bonuses from some of those. So I'm happy to keep reinforcing them. So in terms of like adjusting the configurations and all of that, I would definitely like to see more of a shift from food, into energy and consumer goods into alloys. But that's got to be something that's kind of gradual. And again, it is important to remember that I am going to be, well, actually, it's possible I won't be conquering the cooperative of Menjusana anymore, given that we finally eclipsed them to a point where they count as inferior. Lokai19, thank you very much for the follow. So the, I don't know, the best that I can see, I don't really feel like, okay, in a perfect system, it would probably be best if I had some way of, sort of shifting this production. In the end, I think probably letting it sort itself out through conquest is probably my next best. Now, that's a little more delicate. So the next few moves are going to be offering sort of subjugation, offering subsidiary status to the Neborite Republican territories. Now, there is a challenge that comes up out of this, and it's simply the fact that actually fulfilling my duty as sort of an overlord is a bit of a tricky one. I'm lucky that I now have 2 L gates within my borders. So in the worst case scenario, we go through the screeching abyss, and obviously if it's the Raxar entity that's attacking them, we've got other problems because of course they're my Federation mate. But being able to vassalize the Neborite Republican territories peacefully is a nice one that'll help me out with my score. We're certainly not, I don't really feel in any particular danger of being eclipsed by the Raxar entity, but it's always nice to become bigger. It is also worth keeping in mind, looking at the technology level, like we're back to the point where we're finally outpacing the Raxar. I think we're still far off from the fallen empires, but that's to be expected. I think as far as the rest of it is concerned, I think we're very quickly getting to the point of being a hyperpower, which makes me happy. So with that in mind, like what exactly are we going to be trying to achieve? Oh, right. It's nobody's taken it up. That's why that's still telling me to do that. So in terms of peace treaties, well, obviously a subjugation war. Now, this is a fairly tricky one to handle because I sort of feel like being able to enforce demands will mean that the Econo and the Greatest Wani Polity may wind up with some claims on worlds that I sort of need to honor. I'm a little curious about how those conflicts get resolved. But one way or the other, like being able to subjugate my great rival is a pretty big one. And more importantly, it gives me access to the Divine Posjock state as a potential expansion target too. So that's nice. With that in mind, I mean, there is also a very high priority about trying to deal with the Divine Posjock state, simply because being able to vassalize Menjusana, Posjock state, and Neborite Republican territories, that makes for sort of a little more logical collection. I have no idea whether or not I'm actually going to get away with kicking out the Greatest Wani Polity from the faction, but I think that's, or the Federation, but I think that's a lower priority. Again, there's the possibility that we might actually be able to get our strength to a point where it's where they're irrelevant. I should also be considering where I want to be building my next few corporate offices. Because if I'm not going to be wasting influence on placing claims on my neighbor, and instead what I want to be doing is expanding through subjugation. Oh, Glager, so the idea here is, in this game, there's a few different diplomatic relations that you can have with someone. So, I mean, technically what I'm doing inside of this, because I'm a mega corporation, I'm turning them into a subsidiary. But so you can have an ally in this game, someone who, or like in a defensive pact where if someone attacks me, then we all together defend. So it's kind of like NATO. But there can be another relationship of saying that, you know, my species is so powerful and the galaxy is dark and full of terrors that you need me for your survival, that you will not be able to make it on your own. And what I am offering you is protection against these dark horrors. And so, but it comes at a cost. So, for instance, here, the Neborite Republican territories, we have enough in common with them, or they like us enough, that we can offer them subsidiary status. And the specific wording in the game is we can offer them to become our subsidiary. If they accept, we will protect them, but they will have to pay us 25% of their energy income, and they will join us in our wars. So, this isn't available to every species, but there's an equivalent one called vassalization. And essentially, in this case, it means that they're your subject. So, you know, I'm the king, you're the duke. You have land that is your own, but it is very clear that, you know, you exist under my protection, and there are certain expectations of what they'll do in order to get that protection. Which, of course, again, there's the nice way of doing it. These people are voluntarily coming into the fold. But then you have the cooperative of Menjusana, who are the communist space mushrooms against my capitalist space octopi, or octopuses, I guess is the right term. And in that case, what we really want to be doing here is we want to say, it's like, hey, we're offering you a great deal to become our subsidiary. We already know they're going to say no because we're rivals. Why would they agree to being subjugated by their long-hated rival? At which point we decide to bring them freedom in the form of our overwhelming fleets. So just to give you an idea of one of the reasons why I'm allowed to do that, my fleets are now kind of falling off the edge of the reading. But essentially, we're looking at about 100,000 for each fleet. Yeah, a couple of them are 106,000 in terms of strength. If I take a look at their strongest fleets aren't on the map, it looks like. But the last time we saw one of their really strong fleets, they were sitting at about 60,000 strength. And that was like their absolute best. So we're almost at a point here where the combined strength of their strongest ships would be equal to one of my fleets, and that's one of the reasons why I'm allowed to say to them, it's like, okay, I want you to become my subject, and if they don't become my subject, then I get a casus belli, so a just cause to start a war. I can say, all right, they didn't sign the treaty that says that they need to become my subject, so we're going to go to war and enforce the demand, and assuming that I win that war, I will be able to force them into my empire, which is good. And then presumably at some point the invasions from creatures from another dimension or something like that start, but that's a whole other question. Also, I can't do any of this stuff. So again, all of this is academic because right now there's a war with the Pozjok state, and as much as I would love them to settle status quo, I know we're going to be waiting. Oh yes, there's lots of things that can happen. There's an interdim. Actually, you know what? I can probably show you on the wiki, assuming it loads. this isn't the specific event I'm thinking of, but yes, there is the dimensional horror in this game. A random black hole in the galaxy will appear empty on sensors but reveal a dimensional horror when first entered, a nightmarish creature that entered only partially in the current dimension. The Guardian cannot move, but its tentacles can strike across the entire system. And again, I don't like consulting this stuff all that often because it does give you the stats of the things that you fight, but I've seen more than enough dimensional horrors in my day, which is one of the reasons why I wanted to show you the Leviathan as opposed to the actual invaders that show up, because I've still not encountered every single one of them. I've actually gotten really weird rolls. I've run into certain endgame events very frequently, and there are a couple which I still have not actually experienced as a player. In the past, it used to be because I would just win before they'd happen. And then sometimes there'd be a new patch that came out. But I am looking forward to seeing some of the newer ones. Loke says, do you have an intro series on YouTube? So far, from the little that you've watched, you can actually follow me, unlike some of the other videos that you've watched lately. So Lokai, that's really interesting that you asked that question right now. I don't... So the simple answer to your question is no. I did notice that you followed, so thank you for that. I actually play this every... Well, I play a Paradox strategy game every Monday, and it's usually Stellaris, just because that's how the timetable has worked. Sometimes it'll be Age of Wonders Planetfall and Crusader Kings and whatnot. Also Imperator, actually. It's been a while since I've done that. But as it happens, I gifted a copy of this game to a friend of mine, and there are a couple of people I know who are very much in the I want to like this game, but I don't feel comfortable with it yet. And so I have frequently resisted doing intro videos because, especially with Paradox games, they tend to get outdated very quickly. But it's actually a point here where I was originally going to do a video for some friends, and I'm getting enough people saying, do you have an intro series, that I'm seeing that there might be some value for it. So if it's okay with you, I'll write down your name right now, like your username. I am very happy to answer questions while I stream the game. I'm going to be wrapping up for tonight, but when I get those videos recorded, I have no idea when I'm going to be able to find the time to do it. But would you like me to send you a message on Twitch to say when I'm putting those up on YouTube? I know you probably want to get started right away, but as a second best, is that something that you'd like me to send you a direct message for when the time comes? Yeah, I mean, that's probably what you've encountered on a lot of the videos that you've watched, that they all, like, they apply for Apocalypse, but maybe not for Federation. Okay, great. So again, please don't hold your breath. I think anybody who's watched the stream for a while can tell you that I am not very good at getting things done on time. But as a stopgap measure, let's say, if you have any questions about the game, I'm perfectly happy to answer them, you know, during the stream and give you some reasons. You're playing a bit now when you have the time, but there are some pieces you're struggling to get the hang of. Okay. I should also say here, so I've got, I do put all of my videos up on YouTube. The problem is that Twitch doesn't make it easy to upload directly into a playlist. And so people who like my Cultist Simulator stuff, for instance, and for Midori Musha said that they've prepared some playlists for me, so I still need to go through them and update them. But yeah, I know for a fact that people looking through my archives will have a very difficult time finding it. But with that in mind, if you do go to the YouTube page and you look probably around the week of release of Federations, I think you can probably see how I started this playthrough. So if you want to see how I did the first turns for this, it's like, again, I don't know if that's worth I don't know if that's really worth your time to try and search for it. But if you're willing to do it, I do know that all of the videos for this playthrough are on my YouTube channel. All right, but yeah, sorry, I was wrapping up. So as far as it's all well and good for me to talk about these plans to turn everyone into my subject. Realistically, when is this going to happen? Well, right now we've got the truce, so 2405. So in that case, I've got 4 years before I'm going to be able to pull the trigger on the Cooperative of Menjusana. What makes this a little bit more delicate, of course, is that right now we've got the war with the Divine Pausjok state, and there's actually two key factors that are going to throw a wrench into that war. Number one, if I want to subjugate the Neborite Republican territories, I'm going to want to get that done before I start a war with the Cooperative of Menjusana. So that's going to be a bit of a balancing act to try and figure out how I'm going to find the gap between this war, subjugating them, and then going to war with Cooperative Menjusana. The next trick, of course, is that maybe I say, well, we'll put this on the to-do list, that subjugating the Cooperative, my long-hated enemy and former advanced start, maybe this is the higher priority. And so what I may wind up doing is I might, offer subsidiary status. I might get the casus belli. I may even try declaring war, and then the rest of my federation is going to say, you know what, one war is enough. We're not interested, and as a result, I kind of waste that opportunity. Oh, that's a real shame if I did, Glager. But I know I definitely talked a lot over this one. So this is definitely not representative of how of the speed of Stellaris. I definitely play the game quite a bit slower than other people. And thank you, Loki. I'm sorry I can't go longer, but I started late and I'm finishing a little bit. I'm not only am I starting late, but I am playing the game for longer than I normally do. But yeah, that's kind of the lay of the land. And again, the smartest thing for me to do, assuming so. In terms of like long-term strategy, what is the smartest thing I can be doing right now? Putting everything I possibly can to building the largest fleet that I can, and also possibly building some mega structures that will allow me to move a little bit more effectively through my territory. Because the ability to move my navy between different points is going to be the thing that decides whether or not I succeed against whatever gets thrown at me. And again, there's a few things that could happen. So there could be, an AI uprising. There could be, these ancient empires waking up and forcing us to pick sides. There could be invaders from, outside the galaxy. There's lots of different things that could potentially happen. But in this case here, I'm trying to prepare myself for any of them, and it seems to me that any of the major problems I'm going to have to deal with at the end of the game are going to be they're going to be ones that I solve with a very effective navy. So this number needs to be as big as possible, and I should be kind of bending every effort towards that. Ancient empires just do their own thing. You can't deal with them. Well, like right now, they are what would be called a stagnant ascendancy. So there are some events that can happen which will, it depends, and I don't want to spoil too much for other people. But you'll notice right now that it says Empire in decline and lethargic leadership. So these are immensely powerful. You'll notice it says that I've got equivalent fleet power now, and that's just because I've got sort of enough firepower to be able to cause some problems for them. As it happens, these are the people I would want to be on side with. But right now, they're sort of, they're quite content to stay in their little pocket of the galaxy. And there are a number of events that might cause them to think differently about the galaxy. And generally, when a very powerful alien wakes up and decides to assert itself, this tends to lead to what the very exciting third acts of many movies. So, not quite that bad, Glager. There are definitely species which are very clearly cut off because of their hostility. In this case, the Metron Conservators will actually ask me to do certain things, and they will also sometimes reward me for behaving in a nice way. But that's not true for everyone. I believe there is a spiritualist empire not too far away who might feel No, I know for a fact that there is a spiritualist one. I just never remember where they are. I'm pretty sure that this was an AI. Nope, I was wrong. Yeah, so in this case here, right? Let's say both of these guys wake up and they say, hey, there's this other really strong empire. We're fanatic spiritualists. We believe in the spiritual. And the other ones are fanatic materialists. Well, this isn't going to go very well if they decide to press their claims. So there's a certain incompatibility between the ideas, and there's some that are xenophobic. So that was maybe not a bad example of the North Korea one, because if you try and settle worlds next to them, they tend to get very cross with you. Is it possible to win by just staying in your starting system? I mean, I'm sure some insane player has probably managed to pull that off. I would be very surprised, but what might interest you, actually, it occurred to me, Clay, I was going to show you something. So one thing that is a little close to that is if you go for Origin. I know they changed this recently. Right. So if you get the life-seeded Origin, the civilization has evolved in paradise, possibly designed just for them. Effects. The homeworld is a Gaia world, size 25, with several rare planetary features. Habitability preference is set to Gaia world preference, making other types of planets undesirable. So Gaia worlds are very rare in this game. It is possible to terraform into Gaia worlds fairly late in the game. I don't think I've actually done... Oh, no, I have the achievement, so I've done that at least once. But it is I think it is fair to say that if you do the life-seeded start, you're probably... It's not just that no one wants to leave this world. You could, in theory, have someone leave the world, but it would have to be to an equivalent paradise. Now, even then, that's technically cheating your rule of not leaving your system, because in the end, just because you have people who are inhabiting the one system, building mining resources in other systems, like that's really how you're going to get your resources. So I've definitely learned in Paradox games never to say never. There's always going to be someone insane enough to try and pull off a single system challenge, but I suspect it would be very difficult to win the game without expanding to another system. Although, as is evident from this Origin, it seems quite possible that you would have one where the only system that you're populating is the one that you start off with. So I did kind of promise you I'd show you, because I do want to do Outer Wilds. Let's see how close we can get to the Hearthians. Now, the hardest one for me, I think, is going to be to find something that looks like the Hearthian species, because there's not a lot of four-eyed species, and generally the ones that have multiple eyes tend to look a little unpleasant. Well, you know what? I know it's not close, but I think we'll accept this as a reasonable approximation. Right. I guess it doesn't really matter. Yeah, they got human names. What would we call them? They have certain traits. Talented, quick learner. Well, yeah, we'll say quick learners for sure. Communal kind of seems nice. Super jolly, laid back. let's say communal. Everybody seems to get along. All right, so they live on sort of a forested planet. So if I wanted, oh, hang on, I chose the wrong origin. So, all right, so we go to the world. So continental world, but I don't think there's a lot of water on it. So let's call it a tropical world. It's a little weird, right? Because it's not really a tropical world. I guess there's what, alpine, mountainous world with nitrogen, oxygen atmosphere. Yeah, there's not a lot of snow, so I feel like if I went for frozen, that'd be wrong. So we'll say tropical world just because of how forested it is. And again, everything's made out of wood. I don't really have an example like that, but let's see if we can get a close approximation to the style. I mean, avian kind of matches the style a little bit, maybe mammalian. Actually, you know what? We'll do the plantoid, because the plantoids can, they'll substitute for trees. All right, so let's say origins. Now, this might actually result in a spoiler for me for the game, so, because I haven't gotten to the end. And Calamitous birth would be kind of... Oh, actually, this is not so bad. So, not native to their home world, these lithoids arrived when they were a meteor. Oh, but they have to be lithoid. Okay, I can't do that then. Let's just say prosperous. Let's just say prosperous unification for a lack of any clear. Because like again, it's entirely possible that the game goes to some big origin story for the species. So Mike Beer 12. This was really more of a setting up. Stream, Mike Beer. I think what we wound up doing, we're in a position where we can subjugate some neighboring empires reasonably easily. We are pretty strong in terms of our fleets. We're going to have another Titan coming online, and I've sort of gotten myself out of some of the holes that I dug in terms of my resource generation, but we have some other inefficiencies. Now, this is a trickier one for me because, so I kind of feel like materialist would make sense. They are sort of scientifically oriented. I'd say pacifist. You said that they were jolly, and yeah, there's xenophilic too because they're interested. Yeah, okay, so this seems right. Materialist, pacifist, xenophiles, I think would be a reasonable description of the Harthians, and it doesn't really go into government, but I'm going to assume that they're. I'm going to assume that they're democratic, which it is assigned the moral democracy name. I say agrarian idyll is kind of nice. Simple and peaceful life can often be the most rewarding. This agrarian society has to a large extent managed to avoid large-scale urbanization. I mean, it's debatable, right? Because it is a city that we're in, but it's definitely, wooded and whatnot. Meritocracy, maybe. Individual, social station, or person. Well, there's not a whole lot of class that we see inside of it, so I'm really looking for something to... Oh, here we go. Environmentalist. The society seeks to coexist in harmony with nature. Great care is taken to preserve the environment and limit consumerism where possible. This may not really fit that well, but again, I don't... Like, Byzantine bureaucracy kind of seems really inappropriate, so we'll run with that.
Whoa! Space! Just think about it!
Okay, we definitely got to keep that voice. This is kind of close to the... I gotta pick which one of these... I guess this is probably the closest to the one in the game. Maybe this one? Oh, for sure. I mean, you'll get to see exactly how bananas I go with this. Yeah, I'll live with this. I mean, again, I'm just kind of giving some examples here. Oh, this is a tough one because like none of these look like the ships in the game. I'll go for reptilian ships because they're a little boxy. And then let's see if I can get a blue. Nope. we'll go with the... that might work. Sure. I mean, again, like, it's... So I'll be honest with you. Like, this is me off of a game I've only played a few hours of, you know, just running around with some early forms. But, like, you can sort of see how it's like, okay, I kind of like this species from Outer Wilds. Here's what I found interesting about them, and I'm going to put this into a species. Now, it may not be the most effective in-game species. Like, I'm not entirely sure what I would do with quick learners and communal alongside the civics that I had, but to me that's not really the point. You know, the point is to tell an interesting story. So to those of you who have to put up with me telling these stories over and over again, I'm sorry, but I'll give a couple of examples. So the Oklar citizen state, for instance, they are a democratic, distinguished admiralty, citizen service, militarist, fanatic materialists. They are intelligent, deviant, wasteful, and adaptive. This one actually wound up going to some interesting turns, but I tend to spend about an hour making these in the stream, and then we look at then we write the biography after I sort of find out what the new things are. So for Oklar Citizen State, it's "Have you done your part?" Originally a slogan designed to sell consumer goods 2 decades into the war that engulfed Glira, it was adopted by Aldrig Den Badr to unite his people to press on in the Great War. While the borders did not change, the Oklari united behind his leadership until he was world president in all but name. Declining to serve a second term, he was followed by his 2 sons. Under their rulership, the Oklar have finally taken to the stars, but as the Great War recedes into memory, can the society's martial traditions be held by a mere advertising slogan? So this is a neat one because I wanted to allow for the possibility that this would cease to be a democracy and that it would go down a more authoritarian route. But the sun died unexpectedly, and it was no longer... So what happened was we wound up re-electing the sun a few more times, or like their sun, but all of a sudden, like, the line just died unexpectedly, and I was like, oh, okay, so democracy was preserved. We wound up having, like, generations of Den Badr, which generally is not the sort of thing you want to associate with a properly functioning democracy. And I definitely had, like, deviants in line for the idea that they would maybe be shifting their ideologies. But as it turns out, like, the game just threw me an interesting little curve as far as the you know, where the story wound up going. I don't think I've shown the Zukukan. So this one we made some pirates. So they're dictators, they're barbaric despoilers, slaver guilds, fanatic authoritarian militarists, thrifty slow breeders, and quick learners. So I actually don't remember this one, so I'm kind of interesting. Camdor's history is one of rival fleets competing for the ocean world's few islands. Ports and land brought wealth, but also the raids from other pirate fleets, giving rise to an ancient and respected naval tradition among the Zukukan. Recognizing the value of plunder and always short on crew, the Pirate Kings sought to subdue their foes with as little damage to their future plunder and slaves as possible, a habit that continues to this day. Today marks a new chapter in the history of the Zukukan. United under the admiralty of Pirate Queen Primkrek, the species takes its first steps into the stars, seeking new worlds and the riches that they may bring. So yeah, I think this one I just really wanted to come up with barbaric despoilers. Yeah, as you can see, I've done a lot. The one that probably was the most, hey, Ghost Dude 55, I actually should just let you know we're wrapping up soon, but we were talking about the customization of the species. So for Rhizome Capital, this is probably one of my favorites, where most of them, yeah, a couple of them, the new patch came out before we could finish it. But what's nice is you can actually force them into the game. So if you push this button and you see this lock, I could actually play a game where the AI takes control of all of the other species that I've played. But this one was the first one we did when Megacorps came out. and in this case, it's the plant megacorporation. Rhizome Capital is pleased to announce that it has successfully completed its first round of seed capital. Our plants are already running at full capacity, getting ready to offer you the finest goods and services the galaxy has to offer. Tax season got you down? Our bean counters at Deloitte are licensed in all jurisdictions and legal systems. Need help with housework? Rhizome Robotics solar-powered photosynthetic assistants are ready to attend to your every need. Under the sage guidance of Ebenezer Hawthorne, will make you green. Rhizome Capital. Leaf growth to the experts. So yes, as soon as Megacorps came out, I knew that I wanted to do a plant species which would be based entirely on growth puns, and by God, we did it. But yeah, this is really the thing that gets me most excited about Stellaris. Is not necessarily playing the best species or like trying to come up with the best way to game the design of ships and all of that, but rather to just take an idea and run with it, whether it's something that I was thinking about. So like honestly, if you want to know where the Oklar Citizen State came from, is the Johnny Walker Keep Walking logo. Like, I don't know if you know the history of that, but like that one has actually been taken up by political movements, because it just wound up being one of those things. So it can be just something as silly as like knowing a weird little bit of trivia and turning that into a science fiction species. If you're not into doing this sort of stuff, the game gives you plenty to work with. It's a little bit larger than what people who are starting with the game will probably get, because some of these come with the species packs. But yeah, there's lots to do in Stellaris. But I've been threatening to finish the stream for a while, so let me just take a quick second here and see who is online. I would love to be able to pass you folks off onto an entertaining or otherwise diverting individual. But it does take me a minute to bring up my browser and not get bombarded with 100 videos playing all at once. Okay, so here's the deal. There are quite a few people playing Stellaris, and I actually don't know a lot of them. But so all I can say is, if you'd like to watch some Stellaris, just click on the game button below. I do notice that the third video on the Stellaris stream right now says learning to play AMA, Orogenes. So this would probably be one that I'd love to host normally. However, Ponce, who I know from Vancouver, is playing Total War Warhammer 2, I believe. I don't always get a chance to host Ponce, and he is really someone who, first of all, he's very calm, he's very thoughtful, and I don't think the Total War... I notice a lot of people when I play a Paradox game ask me if I play Total War games. I'm really not very good at them. I don't play them very often. So this is one of the rare times where I actually get to direct you people to something that you guys clearly like watching. So again, my apologies for not having a new Stellaris caster up, but you do seem spoiled for choice. I do need to check out some more Stellaris streamers, because it'd be nice if I could have some people in my back pocket to lead you to. But I've just opened the raid for Ponce. I'd love it if you guys would come along and check him out. He is a really nice guy, definitely very calm streamer, and so I highly recommend him. Until then, I'm gone Wednesday because of the game dev local game dev meetup. I will be back Friday with Outer Wilds, assuming I don't do that on Thursday. But as always, I'll announce that stuff on Twitter. I'm out. Have a good night, and we'll see you next time.